dun dun dun. Okay. So stream should be live. Hopefully today I'll actually remember if I can share it on Discord for people that's how they know that I'm live. So I do that. Okay. Yeah, go announcements. Hello, welcome to the stream, by the way. Just rambling to myself while I do other things. Adding the curve. Fixing the curve so you can move things. Right. Honestly, do not remember what I was doing yesterday. All I remember is this morning I added the new tarp item just as another fill item that's 3x3. So again, the idea is that because it's effectively more than twice the volume of the batteries, you'll need less than half as many to fill the space, and then the batteries can fill anywhere where there's a 2x2 left over, and then the lighters will fill every remaining space, just to cut down on the number of items it needs to spawn. Admittedly, I could go back to not doing the fill anymore because, well, we no longer actually need to know where the thing was. The fill was all about being able to see where the actual item was when the image was lining up. Anyway, to fix the cursor, when we pick up an item, it appears over here. Interestingly, that must have been one of the rotated things. Actually, no, it's probably one of the not rotated ones. Because theoretically, the tarp is an item that can also be selected when rotating. I should also fix the phone to be one item. Anyway, so what we need to do is effectively make the cursor follow the mouse. Now, the interesting thing with the cursor and the way it's set up is that it's not necessarily I'm trying to think how the UI, because I'm trying to keep the sprite and that, but theoretically at a certain point the cursor is just going to be UI. There's no reason you couldn't do that. I don't think. I don't know. Is there really a reason to maintain the sprite level of things? I'm starting to feel no, because I'm starting to be it's everything you would want to do for sprite. It's well, there's no real reason to do that except not having a UI camera, because I don't think you could do sprites in 3D worlds kind of projected on sort of thing. I feel like this folder can go. We really need to clean up this fucking code. Manager, inventory descriptor, inventory relationship. So it's not going to be in inventory. It's going to be in rendering, interaction. So my conclusion, first off, is that interaction should be split out into its own thing. But annoyingly, there's a so mod. I think this is how I had it originally. So we had interaction. The issue is that a lot of the no, that's not the right way to do that. We want the other one. There's also some kind of magic bullet that I can pull to get the fix to do everything. So do that. So we have our inventory. So this needs to be only when you have config interact inspector. No. Config. It's interaction. So we have interaction. And the only reason I'm thinking the interaction doesn't technically go under rendering mod in interaction is because originally I was going, oh yeah, you put it under interaction because all of the interactions are related to having something to visualize, but that's not necessarily actually the case, because we have a bunch of try pickup item doesn't actually care if you're rendering the mouse or not. Detect pickup, that doesn't care about who's rendering it. Like if you're rendering it or if I'm rendering it, it's mouse interaction. Like, so it makes me feel like the interaction should probably go into its own entirely separate thing. Right renderer, tooltips, interaction. So I think tooltips goes under rendering, but the other stuff doesn't. So interaction. So all this stuff is going to go in here like that to just have things work, I guess. Do I have an error somewhere? Ah, right, because this is the interaction plugin. So the interaction plugin is going to be a bunch of stuff. So my annoying thing with this is that interaction is going to have stuff like, so there's try pickup, which is pickup item. Try drop. See, I don't think try pickup and try drop should really be the same thing. Anyway, use create rendering item. Okay. This does imply that it's all very weird. Because I want to split the interaction completely from the rendering. So that we would need like a rendering interaction as well as a normal interaction. Anyway, right, go away. Tidy everything up. Really, I should just do a whole stream. That's what I fucking do. It's just tidy things up. We're not doing node interaction separately. I think I want to do this with events, maybe. See, pick up and drop are going to be specifically about like the cursor, which is interesting. I don't know what this is. The try pickup does all this logic to pick up stuff. So this is just when you call pickup item. So we would need to have a separate thing and be all like, so there's mod interactions. I've been playing much today. I actually don't think I've used Bevy ECS tile map. I've always just done tile maps myself. I'm assuming it's somewhat good because from what I remember, like it meshes stuff. I just always found that like there's a what's it called? Something toolkit. Like there's like a toolkit thing like that also has a Bevy plugin that it's like, oh well, like you know, like if you want to make a platform, you use this toolkit, and it's like it's just so hard for me to work out how exactly to interact and interface with it. I think I worked it out at some point where it was like there was just numbers where it's like each tile, like basically what the sprite was like you know, like what the tile was just a number, and it was like doing all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, like it's not that hard, but it was just trying to plumb in someone else's crate is so hard sometimes when that crate's like so all encompassing like that, especially when they have like their own custom API. Like you had to register the toolkit's like name and also the bundle that corresponded with, and you had to like write like they had the traits implemented to allow it to convert from one type to another sort of thing. So we have interactions. I want to also have like mod cursor. So actually we want to delete this one. I'm trying to structure my crate in a certain way that like I gotta stop restructuring things as I go. So we're gonna go to like cursor mod, because then we can have mouse goes into cursor. Can you move there? Thank you. Okay. So we have like mod interactions. So the interactions. So then you have the cursor and the interactions, because then theoretically. Yeah, from what I remember, the ECS tile map does like mesh baking. Like, cause I've seen it, I just haven't like personally tried to use it. So it's like when it instead of rendering an individual sprite, it renders a single sprite that like, and then does like a shader or something so that it can like load basically like a texture to the shader that tells it which of the subtextures, like which are the tiles to render, rather than having to have like hundreds of ECS entities just for the sake of like each tile. And then let players build whatever snapping to the grid, I think. Yeah, so that's the tile map works really well as the background. So because from what I remember, what it does is like basically you can make like a low resolution image, and then like make that image like an 8-bit color depth sort of thing, or like not even 8-bit, like just like a 0 to 256. Each pixel is 1 byte, and you load that into the shader, and then the shader can like look up the pixel information and then look at the texture atlas and render the corresponding texture without having to like make individual entities, which basically just means that like you have to modify one place to get the background, but you can't. I mean, you probably could modify it just as easily, but you can't like have each tile do its own thing, kind of. I don't think, at least, because they're technically rendering only one. They're just rendering one big image that's like a collective of all the tiles. It's like how I do voxels. It's like you don't render an entity for every voxel. You bake all the voxels into a grid, into a mesh, and then that mesh, is much more performant to render. So this is having weird ass shit. Okay, so this is the inventory cursor stuff. Slightly distracted as I'm trying to stay on task. But yeah, it'll definitely be more performant. I just personally get very annoyed at that kind of thing as I try to like wire stuff in. So we have to use Bevy prelude. Then we have to like plugin. Yeah. So my recommendation though for that, like when you're feeling overwhelmed, is I would start with just rendering like each tile in your world as a sprite that's like the background that is the tile, and then rendering, like you're saying, like a sprite on top for your items, like when the player places something. Just because well, not only would it be a better learning experience, it'll be less overwhelming, and then you can swap into the tile map plugin when you like understand what you're doing, or when your performance becomes an issue. Like the odds are that performance isn't going to be an issue until your game's fairly far along, and it's not that hard if your tile map purely is that it's just background type, like it's just a renders the map. It doesn't actually like get interacted with. Then like it's not that hard to swap it out, but it gives you like a much better idea of what it does. So unless you're like going to be editing the tile map in like an external tool that the ECS tile map lets you access, then like you might be better off just implementing it yourself, just to make it easier for you to understand and less overwhelming, because you're not trying to learn all the stuff about a toolkit. You're just spawning in a bunch of sprites, which you should already know how to do. Okay, so we need to use create preload like that. We also have to bring in system parameter, held item. I don't think we do held items anymore, so we can actually get rid of the held entirely. Oh, it's just single entity with cursor slot. Yeah, so just create a bunch of sprites in a grid. Do like what I was saying the other day, where like if you make a component that's called like grid cell and has an X and a Y as like a IVEC, then like when you add grid cell, you can have like an on add hook that makes the grid cells automatically place themselves in the right position. So then you don't have to worry about spawning them at the right spot. You just spawn in a grid cell that has the right thing. I'll show you a quick example, because I'm getting distracted. Which is half the fun. Just trying to finish just ripping the guts out of this first, just so I can. I actually don't know if that's necessary, because theoretically you'd access the cursor by its inventory and put things in your cursor inventory. Anyway, so what you can do is you go something like pub struct grid cell, right? And then you say pub position. I also recommend getting something like the Bevy Inspector EGUI, which is what I have as my, like when I run my examples. Let me just like use, I'm just gonna quickly fix this so it can compile, and I'll show you that. Because it 100% makes everything so much fucking easier when you can just like not have to worry. Where does this inventory handle come from? I have to import that somewhere. I have really broken this code. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go dash all the changes, just so I can compile it and show you what I'm talking about. Oh, I didn't like that. Something broke when I stashed all the changes. That's interesting. Oh, I accidentally committed that. Oops. Anyway. So give it a second to compile. Come on. Come on. All right. Ignore this. This is just because the inspector is a little bit broken because I'm checking for change checking. So this is the world inspector. So, and this is a somewhat custom implementation. This is actually like what the assets inspector is, so that you can like actually read assets and stuff. But the idea is that you can see like every component in your every entity in your world. You can also see every entity in your world, every resource that implements reflect, and every like asset that implements reflect as well. So you can do all that. So basically, as long as you implement reflect, this does what you'd expect it to do. Oh, that's cool. It stops doing it when you close that. That's cool. Yeah. So this like would let you like modify. You'll see me doing all the time. It's like modifying things like the node layout and stuff like that, just so that like I can test things without having to recompile anything. So I'm just going to quickly restore my changes. So we discard this change and then go to stash changes, and we very carefully hit restore, because the number of fucking times I've accidentally hit discard there and it just gets rid of hours of work. Yeah, so I was showing you how to do the like grid layout. So you do something like wherever I was. Is it in cursor that I was? Yeah. So you have something like grid cell and position, or you could literally just say grid cell IVEC 2. Like it doesn't matter how you do this. This is like how would you want it to like be structured. You drive component, then you go component on add, or actually like on insert. Oops, put that on insert over here. And you also want it to be immutable. All right, so immutable on insert, and then impl grid cell on insert. I don't know where the AI gets like half of the bullshit that it puts here. Well, context is correct, but it's mute world, deferred world. Ignore any of that. We have to. I'm just going to qualify them, because again, I actually don't intend to keep this here, so there's no point keeping all this stuff. So then we say like let pos equals world get grid cell expect on insert 0. So what this is doing is we're saying in the world, because we have a deferred world, which means we can access the data, but we can't make certain types of changes. Like certain types of changes are not allowed. I'm going to get the grid cell for the context entity, which is the entity that this particular like instance was called on. So this is like this thing's insert. So it'll be the entity that was just spawned, or it just had it inserted onto it. And then we expect, because I'm lazy and don't want to write proper error handling, and theoretically, if you ever hit this expect, something's broken somewhere well beyond your code. This is like Bevy is broken, because you can't call on insert when the entity doesn't exist. Anyway, and then we get to .0 just to get access to this. You can also do deref. So deref would mean that you could access that even if you just copied and cloned it, but that's not important right now. We also want to say something like require transform. Transform invisible. So require transform visible just means it'll definitely have a transform and a visibility without us having to explicitly add one, which again makes this next bit a little bit easier because we can guarantee that we don't break something. You could then you'd probably want something like a scale or some like level of like how big a cell is. You'd save that as a resource, or you could just do it as a constant. Like I'm going to do it here as a constant. Then we say let sum mute transform equals. So world get mute transform. So we're getting the transform for this entity. Else we say warning failed to get transform. Technically, this could also be an expect because it's a required component. It's not actually possible to get here without having a transform, but why not? Then we say transform dot translation equals position x times by, let's say they're 32 pixel wide cells, and then transform. So this is just the AI deciding to do it this way. I think actually I would prefer to do it that way and then not fuck with the Z. And so what this will do is every time you insert the grid cell, it'll automatically reposition the entity that you inserted the grid cell on to that corresponding like XY position. So it'll automatically update the position so the cell's in the right spot. Making it immutable here means that you're not allowed to change which grid cell something's in like at all. Like you can't query it mutably. So you have to reinsert, which will then call on insert, which will update the transform. The other option is you could write a function that's something like fn update grid transform. So then you query for grid cell transform changed grid cell. And then you do the same thing where it's grid cell transform, reiterate it mutably. And then we just say position. So this is where deref works. So I can say position.x because we derefed. We can actually just access it as if it was an IVEC32. So we just say position.x and then position.y. And this, you'd put this in update. Oh, apparently it's called cell. Oh, don't, AI, go away. Don't be redundant stuff. Yeah. I tried to save something. So then you'd put this in update or pre-update or wherever you want to put it. And this would allow you to actually change the grid cell that something's in like dynamically. You'd have to remove immutable because obviously you can't query this like this will actually tell me it's not allowed. So it's saying, hey, no, you can't do that because this component's immutable. But you could just make it mutable, and then that would let you actually like change the grid cell like in the editor. And then if you change it in the editor, it'll move. So you'd want this approach if you intend to be able to like do a lookup table, because you could also do on insert, you could have like a map resource and then like update that map resource to contain like a back mapping so that you can like look up a specific entity that is at a specific location. Whereas this one's more about just being like, oh, I can set it anywhere and it'll update correctly. Whereas this one needs it to be immutable because you don't want to be able to change it later and therefore have something that's not actually where it says it is. So you make it immutable and then make it like, if you want to change where it is, you have to reinsert the position. So this one's more like structurally correct. Like this is implying that it's not valid to change your position once you've been spawned. It's the same as same with children. You can't modify, like you can't request child of, I think you can, maybe. I don't know. No, I actually don't think so. Child of, I think, is also immutable. Like this. Yeah, so child of is also immutable for the same reason, where it's like, because if you could change the child of here, it would be possible to then like the next system to run would have the wrong child because it wouldn't have had a chance to do any kind of updates. So they basically say you can't change what the child is. If you want to change the parent, which is what child of does, changes who the parent points to, you have to reinsert because that would call insert. And then while it's in this insert function, nothing else is able to touch the data, and it can then set up and run the correct stuff that it needs to do. But yeah, that's how I would do a grid, because then you can do your own custom sort of things with it. You could have like different grid cells change out for different things, and it gives you a lot more control than using someone else's crate and having to learn that first. and we'll teach you a lot of fundamental stuff about Bevy. Like I would only swap to someone else's if you are starting to run into like performance issues or like again if you would. I want to say the tile one. Let's go to bevy.org and go to the assets. Have a look. ECS tile map. The Bevy ECS tile map. From what I remember, like lets you load. Oh, it's got hexagons. I love a good hexagon. I want to say it lets you load a certain file format as well. So it means that like if you're editing a tile per entity, fast rendering using chunk approach, layers and sprite, layers and sparse tile maps, GPU powered animations, isometric, and hexagonal tile maps. Yeah, LDTK. So unless you're going to use LDTK or tiled, which are like apparently two map editing sort of programs, you don't really need someone else's like massive overhead because you're unlikely, unless you're going to spawn like an absolute massive world. Yeah, if the idea is to ship, I would recommend just doing the very basic thing, and it's like only if performance needs it. You don't do item anymore. I'm gonna say drop's just not a thing anymore. We'll have to re-add drop at some point, but I'm just trying to get this to compile again. Alright, so we have this is the cursor plugin. So if we go back up to here, there was one of these had like a spawn cursor slot. So I think this spawning cursor slot is going to check some feature stuff. So the idea being that we come down here and we go, this is spawn cursor. It's not spawn cursor slot, it's spawn cursor icon. So cursor slot, transform, visible, name, cursor slot, render inventory. See, I don't even know if we need this because theoretically the only thing you need is the cursor's inventory because the new stuff should take care of that. But anyway, this would be if config feature equals. Also, feel free to jump in my Discord, which should be in the description. If you want to like ask specific questions or like share screenshots and stuff, I'm perfectly happy to help or go through some of your code. It would be fun. Could do like an on-stream thing where you could jump in and we could like go through your code and work on stuff. But that's like whether you want to share the actual code. But there was someone else that I've been teaching Bevy. It's like a lot of fun to just like talk Bevy with people where it's like, oh, do this, do that, try this, try that. What do I need? I need something like rendering. So if rendering, startup, spawn cursor icon. So my thinking is the spawn cursor icon is we don't really need the cursor slot because theoretically it would just be spawning the rendering inventory. Cursor inventory clone. Like we don't actually. Yeah, there's no need to actually have this particular item because I don't think we ever touch it, but that's it for future issues. So this try pickup's interesting. So held item. I think held item is just something that can go because I don't think we use held item anymore. Held item was like a way of doing a certain thing. My annoyance is that I kind of feel like the inventory, the cursor inventory needs to keep like two inventories kind of thing of like, maybe not, I don't know. I'm just trying to think like you'd want the inventory that's like, this is what it will look like when I picked it up. And then also the inventory of being like, this is what it was when I put it down. So this is the interaction plugin, which is saying if you have mouse interaction on, you're going to say cursor, let's caps lock mouse. Did I get it wrong? I don't know if it's even correct, but anyway. These are both in the interaction. This is mod interaction, and then this is interactions. So this is the interaction plugin. That seems fine. These both go in the thing. So this is mouse interaction. So my thinking that would be cursor. So it's more like cursor should get added anyway, I think. Wait, maybe I don't have a cursor thing. I don't think so. Right, so it'd be like app.add plugins cursor. Okay, cursor plugin. So the idea is that the cursor plugin does that. So the interactions, I think try pickup and that these would actually be not interactions, which is the real bizarre stuff about this is that technically I think these, if I was going to say anything, these would actually be cursor related. Like this. And then obviously we're not going to use them. So we have interactions and we do this and we go, okay. So interactions does nothing at the moment. Interactions is going to be where I have my like sequence of things that you can do, I guess. Like move from one cursor to another, like move from inventory to inventory. That kind of thing. So pick up item. So you would need your thing, and you need to be like pub struct pick up item, and then we like derive event. Honestly, YouTube throws me sometimes. I wish there was a way to see when ads are getting done, because according to my analytics, everyone just disappeared. I had 3 people and then everyone vanished, which usually is a sign that an ad was played. Pickup item. So we have pickup item, and then the pickup item does this, which does mute commands. And so this does the whole thing, and then we also need drop item. So same, where it's going to be pub struct drop item. Now the issue is that drop item needs to target an inventory and a position in said inventory, maybe. That's such a pain. I don't entirely know how this works. I guess maybe. Because my annoyance with the drop item is that you'd probably want a position and rotation. I guess technically we're more like we need a shape. It's not even a shape, we need a, say, the inventory pub item, which is entity, and then a shape, which is a shape. The idea being that like when you drop an item, you specify like how you're going to try and put the item into the inventory. The issue being that theoretically dropping an item can fail, which I guess is why it's try pickup and try drop item, which are why these are cursor events, because my thinking is apparently this is never used because rendering. Strange. No, because cursor plugin is never used. Yeah, that's cool. So cursor inventory. So we need to like add no, just try pick up, try drop. So the idea being that like these are independent of whether it's the cursor or not. Right, because you effectively try and pick up the item is saying like anyone using the crate, you could make your own way of picking things up, and you would call try pick up, and it would detect whether it's like a valid item that can be picked up. Mouse is apparently doing mouse stuff. So interactions doesn't do anything at the moment. Interactions is going to have things like move from inventory A to inventory B. And then all the inventory movement should be done with events, I guess. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work, but anyway, interaction plugin. The interaction plugin adds the cursor plugin, which I guess makes sense to some level of logic. So you would have, so you initialize the inventory resources and stuff. You don't add the cursor plugin, and something tells me that I only want to add the cursor plugin. It's not if you have rendering turned on. Do I have any kind of thing that's like, hey, cursor? Not really. Mouse interaction. Oh no, I do have an interaction. So I have like an interaction thing. So I can be like config feature interaction, and then we can add the interaction plugin. And then the interaction plugin will do the other stuff. So this, in theory, should be back to, I guess, where we were, except you won't be able to click on things because I'm not detecting clicking anymore. So you'd have to somehow get pickup item called. I do feel like I want to have like a mod prelude, which is just gonna pub. Yeah, so like clicking doesn't do anything, but that's because I haven't told it to do anything. Pub use super. So this is the interaction plugin. So pick up and drop. These don't exist here anymore. There's an inventory handle, which I'm not entirely sure what that apparently entry, which is a shape and an optional inventory. Okay. Hub use super. Hub use super. Hub use super. Cursor plugin. Not cursor plugin. What's the other one? Pub. Use super. No, use cursor. And then something like drop item, pickup item. For now, that's what you can do. So pickup item. The issue with pickup item is that it may fail. Anyway, attempt to pick to move this item into the cursor inventory, removing it from the current inventory if successful. And this is attempt to move this item from the cursor inventory into the specified inventory, removing it from the cursor. Successful. I guess that's probably why I didn't have an item before, is because theoretically you should only be holding one cursor item, but you know, more flexibility. Yay. All right. So something's more private than something. Yeah. Inventory cursor. That stuff, you need to be pub, apparently. So nothing uses the cursor at the moment, which is good to know. So we need to be like pub. No, it's so the cursor. Then we mod mouse, which also needs to be config feature equals mouse interaction. Right. So mouse interaction, which turns on the mouse, which then we can say, when you add this plugin, you do all that, and then we can be like mouse interaction, app.add plugin, mouse interaction plugin, which pulls this stuff in, which does the detect pickup, which is effectively if you left click, let OK rendered item icon get click entity. So this just gets the item that was rendered. So mouse interaction apparently requires rendering could be turned on. Interesting. Okay. Is that reflected in the toggle? Mouse interaction needs interaction. So interaction can happen without rendering, but mouse interaction requires rendering. At the very least, it requires rendering, because rendering is what gives it access to things like mouse interaction. Not mouse interaction, like that's what gives it access to the items and stuff. That mouse. So apparently you don't need this bit. Interesting. So mouse interaction with plugin engine. So we have detect pickup, which checks to see if it's a primary click. Says clicked on item entity with this should be like a trace. And then we say commands trigger pickup item. Attempts to move the item into the cursor's inventory. Rendered item to item. Okay. Good. So detect drop. This is a lot more complicated. So pointer click commands. This is inventory cursor, which has access to commands. No. Icons. Rendered inventory, rendered slot. So rendered slot and rendered inventory. Okay. So just if cursor is empty, return. That's good to know that. So detect pickup, I think just we want to say, hey, if primary. Well, that's interesting because you could also you don't even have access to the cursor. It's, I guess interesting. I was thinking like we could check here to see if it should. But I guess we try and pick up every item. Anyway, we're gonna go like that. We're gonna say if cursor is empty, return. And I think the way that we check is empty is we just check to know if the number of items is 0 basically. Let me say slot. So okay, slot is slot got get click empty. So this is a rendered slot, which I guess sure. Now the issue with is we want to probably say like we need you to bit mute, and I want to say like stop propagating once you've clicked on something. The issue is then you have to give some kind of priority to. Because I just realized the issue with this is if it finds a thing, so did not hit the position. So click dot position. Okay, I don't know what that is. Pause is pause truncate plus. Ooh, this is interesting. This is only true. This is like I think this is different depending on if it's a sprite or a UI element. Maybe not though, because I think sprites are from zeros from the center. That's interesting. I mean, there's probably an easy way to fix that. Anyway, inventory ID is icons get slot inventory. So this is the rendered inventory that this slot points to. Okay, yep, good to know. This gets the inventory. So then we have inventory manager open inventory. So I don't know if we want to go ahead. Okay. We can just we can just go back to tracing and say inventory ID. I just get you to display. I don't think the rendered inventory has a display. But, sure. Can we import std or even say debug debug for did it import something? It didn't import something. That's weird. Debug struct field inventory self inventory finish. I wonder if that's going to do anything. So this is just going to be like, I guess, checking to see if we can drop the item. So we should be able to pick things up again, because again, we added the mouse interaction back in. So this is the text pickup. So when I click on you, did it detect the pickup? It did. Okay, and it moved it too. They said clicked on inventory entry with inventory ID. Inventory strong handle. Okay, yeah, that's terrible. Path none. Okay. So we can make that not so hideous, but anyway, at position. So I'm pretty sure that's the like where on here that we clicked in terms of like if I convert that by getting. So we have to get the inventories, which is okay because we have. Yeah, no, we have to have explicit access to the inventory, which is slightly annoying. So we need to go like let some inventory equals cursor dot manager dot open inventory ID else warn failed to open inventory for cursor drop inventory ID. Yep, good. Can't borrow something mutably as cursor is borrowed. Where do I borrow cursor? Oh no, my cursor's not declared as mutable. Okay, that's fine. Right. So we get the inventory. So this will get us access to the inventory. Now, my wondering is, do I do all of the moving of stuff? I think I want to do all the moving of stuff as commands, which would imply that we could effectively read the inventory, work out if the space. But anyway, we have to say let size equal inventory dot get. So we already have the slot, I believe. Yes, we have the slot. So we can say get slot dot slot, which gives us an optional shape. So it's like sum. Why does this give an optional shape? Oh, because it may not else. Okay. That does not have. Okay. One. Clicked inventory slot with type but inventory clicked slot with type but does not have this type. I say it's an error because theoretically it shouldn't be possible to click on a slot type that's incorrect. So slot.slot. Why does slot not implement display? Can we just implement display for the slot, please? Slot type. So we implement from string. Display, please. No, it's everything else just writes. So custom does that, and everything else writes itself debug printed. Such a cheap way of doing display, but it's a very effective way of doing display. So if it's custom, it'll say whatever's written in the custom. Otherwise, it'll say. It should probably mark the custom one somehow, but because theoretically you could make a custom unnamed, which would be different to the normal unnamed. But that would require like explicit effort from the person making it. Where the hell was I? We were in interaction mouse. Right. So we have the inventory. And we have the size. So this gets us the size of the inventory. Now, I'm not entirely sure if when I click this, it clicks it correctly because if I was to say rotate this 90 degrees, would it still be correct? Because that's the other thing. I don't think we actually rotate those at all. That's interesting. All right, anyway, we take size let size equals size dot I want to say it must be like layout. Like it's like, no, it's like bounds and then size. So this will give us the actual size. Dot as vec2. So this gives us a vec2, and then we say that we need to go, somehow we've got pos. Right, so I guess this is clicked times pos. Oh, that's weird. Pos. Right. So click times pos, and then when we pass in clicked. Right. So this should then actually print out where we clicked, not just a not just like a random coordinate shaped thing. It should actually do it. Yes, the annoying thing about this is this I feel like may actually depend on whether you're a sprite or not, which is going to be a real pain. Because the coordinate system, I think I can always just fix the coordinate system of sprites anyway. So if we pick up this, I also feel like we need to spawn more random items anyway. Then when I click here, like what did you say? You said I clicked on inventory at position 13, 25. What did it say up here? It said attempted to pick up item 104. Clicked on item. That's interesting. But why did you not trigger? Do I have to say click dot propagate true? Does that fix it? Like, why am I only firing one click? I think I have to turn propagate true on to are you unpropagating it? No. That could be annoying, is if I've got somewhere saying set propagate to false. Auto propagate. I guess we can look at the pointer click and know does it auto propagate. So I picked you up. Anyway, this is the real test. Is I wanted to see if I click here, does it say it says that I clicked at 0, 0, like, well, near enough. It needs some rounding, but if I click here, does it say 1, 1? 1, 1. Okay, so we just need to round it down, like, well, no, not round it, floor it, so that it goes to that corner, and gets the actual coordinate, like, so anywhere in this cell should still be 1. Yep, okay. But curiosity, if I click here, so I guess the question, yeah, so it's no, the 1, 1 was over there, so it said, I clicked on this entity with item attempting to pick up while already holding an item. Oh, I guess what's happening is I can't hit the underneath because they're not actually childed, so it's not bubbling up because it's going to the right, because you propagate up the hierarchy, which means that when I click on these items which aren't the slots. Got it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little bit strange. They must be set to block or something. I'll find one of the items. So I guess we can go to any item because they're all going to be the same. Then we go here and it's something like rendered item node. Focus policy. You have pass turned on. So like, why am I not able to click the underlying? Okay, it's a little bit weird. I don't quite understand. Attempt to pick up item while already holding item. So this is in mouse. This is in cursor. Attempt to pick up item while already holding item. Right, so you're triggering first. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting me click the thing underneath, but anyway. We get to here, so we want to take this and then we want to say do all of that, but then as I click through, so that tells us where we clicked, which gives us the actual coordinate. Do we know what we clicked on? No, we don't know what we clicked on. We need to get cursor. That's annoying because we have the cursor mutably, and we needed to get the cursor mutably. Wait, no, we can. Is it read inventory? So read inventory takes it immutably, which means that we can. Because again, this is detect drop. So we grab the inventory, we grab the size, which means that we can still request the cursor inventories like item. So this is where we clicked. What information exactly do we need for a drop? We need the cursor item. So we need to be like let item equal cursor dot. I'm gonna say pop. Alright, so cursor pop. Now we track back to you and we go, can I give you the functionality of pop? Pop. Right, so this needs to return an entity and a shape. Pop feels wrong. Okay, pop. We'll come back to this, and it's going to say last. Right. So this returns this. It takes itself immutably. So we're going to say let inv equals self manager read inventory self inventory as ref expect cursor inventory already exists, always exists. Inv items last map item entity shape. All right. Inv dot items last dot map okay, so it's like E S so then we need to go dereference E S dot shape dot clone, because we don't care about the sub inventory, we literally just need the shape of the inventory. So I think that should work. Does make me think that the inventory should probably use a thing. An index set, not a. Anyway. So this will get us the last item that is in the inventory. So this pops up last. Which ironically we can actually just go and do up here if we want to, because when we say last, we don't actually pop it, which means that we can, when we come down to here, they say, oh, we can actually, I'm going to expect this because it would be really weird if I got to here and it didn't work, which implies that something's wrong. And then cursor is not empty. Right. So we have item and shape. Right. Because that's what we, and so I guess shape dot can fit. Maybe. But no. So you need to be mutable. Shape dot offset equals clicked. Right, and then we want to say commands dot trigger try no drop item right. Inventory is the not the slot. Where did we get the inventory from? Inventory ID. Inventory ID. Dot ID. Item and shape. Right. So we commands trigger drop item, and then we can get rid of this trace here. We go up a level, and we go okay. So now you have. Now try drop's going to get triggered, which is going to just come down here, and it's going to be like trace attempting to drop item into inventory at with shape. Right, so this should also be a trace. Picked up item. Right, so this should just, I mean, I guess kind of work. I think these should also be traces, not wands, because again, like in normal situation, normal use, it's not really a warning to say, hey, you're trying to pick up the same item twice. It's a trace because like if you actually care about it, you want to be like, why can't I pick this up? And it's like, oh, because there's already something like technically something's already in my inventory. So we pick up that, and then we click that, and we go, okay. So it said attempting to drop item 87 into inventory. Asset ID, blah, 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 with shape. With shape. Offset 1313. Orientation 170 degrees. Layout. Rect. Okay. Technically I need to place it here, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Interesting. So we actually have to do the logic, which I guess is first item else return. No. So we don't do that anymore because you don't do that. So effectively we just need to check that our inventory actually has space, which is going to be so you actively remove the item from the inventory. So we need to go like let sum inv equals cursor manager read inventory. Oh, interesting. So a read inventory needs to be different because it just gives us access to the inventory, but that prevents us from doing weird recursive logic, I believe. Maybe not. Where's this fucking... Where were we? Mouse. No. Yeah, cursor. So we have access to the inventory, and then we can say like inv.canFit. Right. Drop the item. Now, my concern is that dropping the item is going to have that annoying thing of can fit. I feel like I need a can fit any, potentially. No, because that would require we know what the shape was. Inv can fit. So that's another thing that drop item, I guess, needs is the cell type. Right, which, I mean, we already have access to, I believe. That would be in here. Let me say cell type is slot.slot. Here's .clone. Right. So can fit then needs to be 2 dot cell type and 2 dot shape. So if can fit, else one item with shape does not fit in inventory with slot type. Okay. So I think it's good, then we wouldn't need this mutably. That'd be interesting. Because if we delegate all inventory movement to interactions, you know, cursor events basically, we can like, I don't think how to explain it. Like it means that like one, we can centralize all our logic, but two, it means we don't need to access a lot of things like mutably all the time because we can effectively just request that something gets moved. Now I probably want to do them with messages for some reason, my brain says, rather than observers, but partly because messages mean that like if it's critical, you could actually like request, like you could check to see if it's already been attempted to be moved. So we can pick you up. So that's going to say that, hey, we picked up this item. It picked up item 92. Then when I click here, it's going to say item with shape does not fit in inventory. 120. Yeah, I'm trying to think because if it doesn't fit in here either. Is it here? No. Here. Did it not spit out a warning? Attempted to drop. I think it successfully went into that slot. Would be my guess there. So if can fit, yeah, we didn't actually like have anything to be like, hey, it worked. I mean, we could have the inventory manager have like a move item thing, but I feel like we want to say that interactions is going to have a like pub enum move item, something like this, and it's going to be like derive debug and message. Not entirely sure, but my brain says that do a message because then like if it's an absolute critical thing of being like definitely make sure that this actually is going to happen, you could effectively like have a message reader read all the messages that have previously happened and then stick your message on, which means that you're like, you know, that nothing's touched these items. So from well, I guess inv to inv. Well, I mean, basically it would be like to inventory, and so it'd be item, which is an entity, and inventory. And a shape, cell type, and a shape. Use prelude, create prelude. Right. So my thing is, I guess it'd be like move inventory fit item, and there'd be item I guess it's place item. Right, so you have like place item, which has a very specific location, and then fit item would just be the item itself and the inventory, because you know, it'll call try fit. The biggest issue with fit is that what's it going to do when it fails? Well, I guess nothing. There's also, I don't think anything's stopping an item from being in an inventory twice. Possibly. I don't know. All right, so then we want to do like fn will they be like pub fn move items, and this is like move, so event on move item. So we want mute manager, inventory manager. I guess that's just kind of it. Maybe. You're not an event. You're a message. Oh, yeah, right. And make it an event for now. Okay, so move item, on move item, right? That will work. So we can say something like manager dot find item event dot wait. Right. Oh, that's annoying. We have to like import move item, which is going to be something like item, which takes in self and returns the actual item. And we say, okay, find item event dot item. Okay, let some origin equals else. Right. So origin equals asset ID else trace. Failed to find. Failed. Okay. Failed to find. Failed to find item in any inventory. Right. So origin. So next, I guess, is to go let some inventory open inventory. It's annoying because I want the read inventory to have its own thing. Anyway, we don't want to open the origin. We want to open the destination. So let mute inventory dest equals inventory manager open inventory match event. Okay, so again, you become a annoying thing of being like event dot inventory. I guess dot destination. 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 So we get our destination inventory, and then we say then I think we match event dot event and then we say like move item fit, which neither of these things are needed anymore, so it's just dot dot dot. You're going to do something different. Right, so just dot dot. Right, so this is going to do find fit, and then here we're going to say move place item, which is going to be cell type shape, which is going to return cell type shape dot clone, something like that. And then we're going to say let cell and shape equal. So depending on which one you pick, depends on whether we just like hard code or not. And then we say if let e equals dest dot add item at, which is event dot item, and ooh, you don't actually pick a cell type. Oh, that's interesting. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? You just take in a shape, and then you try to find the best. Okay. I mean that works, I guess. So it's just shape, which means we don't need the cell type at all. Failed to move item into inventory. So we add the item at, which then returns either result or add value. Okay, so then here we just need to go something like dest dot, I want to say it's fit. Right. So we need like a fit and a fit any. Yes. That's why we need, so you have the right thing. So why does fit and fit cell shape type? Did we tell it? You know the cell type, you don't. That's interesting. Fit item. Right. Damn it. Fit item, I think is the inventory though, which is interesting. So you're on inventory, but we need the manager, which has inventory commands. So we can add an item. So can we be like pub fit item, which takes in self and an item and an entity, right? And this returns a option shape, I guess. I don't know. Right, which then says let some descriptor equal self dot descriptors dot get no items. Okay, wait, let some item equals self dot current inventory commands descriptors items item inventory. Okay. let some item equal dot get. I don't know why it's bugging out like it is, but anyway, get item else. I guess this should return something. Let's return none. Okay, to do. It's really wigging out that I've got all this, like that it's not returning the right type. Anyway, so this should be okay. Right. So we then wrap this and say I don't care about the item type. Right. So we get that. So let okay items get item else. Then we say let some descriptor equals self dot descriptors dot get item else return none. I feel like you should be returning an fit error maybe. We might have to work that out, but the idea is that like if the item doesn't exist, that's a different type of error than if the descriptor doesn't exist, which is a different type of error. Okay, so fit item. So we get the descriptor and then we say self dot current inventory dot can fit. I didn't say it's like fit item descriptor. So you return a cell type and a shape, like so. Still feel like it should return like more than just that as a like a you can fail. Okay, so what the fuck is happening here? One of these is probably calling fit item and it's causing issues. Yeah, you call self dot fit item. Self dot in current inventory dot fit item. And then add error does not fit. Okay. Yeah, so I think we need to return we need like a fit error, but we'll work on that later. I guess we'll do like a to do change to fit error. So description, self-to-current, and then fit item, which will return the cell type that it found for it and the shape, which is what we returned up, yeah. So this is more like so we returned the cell type and the shape, and then you said fit item. So let some it's something like this. Else I don't know if this even works. Item type. Fit item, which would be event dot item. Right, so you're the right type. And then you are like if desk dot can fit yeah, cell type shape, then return some cell type shape, else none shape. So the else none, I think. Huh. It's just apparently not allowed. Strange. Alright, no, call that something else. Target, maybe? And then we just like let. Well, we know that it fits here, and we know that it can fit here, and then we just. This is called like add item. But then add item at still checks to see if it fits. But we already know that it fits because we called can fit. So it's more like if let some cell shape equals target else the brain, come on, else return, we just trace fail to fit item into inventory event dot item event dot destination. Something like that, and then we say dest dot, is it insert item? And then event dot item entry. Ooh, we didn't have a sub inventory. I mean, we can just stick it in, which is kind of fun. I feel like it's you that if we insert. So I guess you would just need a shape because we need the sub inventory, so we can say shape. Which again, ironically, it translates into you return the cell type and it can fit. But we never actually keep that information. Unclear. Okay. Anyway, so insert item shape. So that's again on inventory, which I'm pretty sure insert it literally just inserts the item. So we need to go to like our manager, and then here we need to have the same thing of being like fn insert item, which then just says mute self item, which is an entity, and shape, which is a shape, something like that. And then we say let sub equals self dot items dot get item. Let okay. something like that. Right, right. Else. Fine. It's gonna be like let sub equal if okay. There's definitely a better way of doing this, but anyway. S equals self dot items dot get item s else none. Now you're wrong because we need to like map you, I think. Something like m dot 0 dot like id or something. I think that's how that works. Right. So then that's the sub inventory, and then we can say self dot current inventory dot insert item, which is an item, and then entry, which is then shape, and sub inventory, which sub. Okay, so insert inventory there does its job, I believe. Insert item. Something's, I think, causing a recursive loop. We're probably inserting an item somewhere. Yeah, so dot current inventory. Descriptor sub inventory. Okay. Interaction. So you'll this is incorrect. Why are you letting me access this? And there's a higher order. Did I not save my? You have insert item. Oh, is it not public on the? Insert item. Okay. So we then destination into event item with this shape. Yeah, that should work. So this is kind of ugly, but I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to go interaction plugin app.add observer interactions move item. Wow, move item. So then you would also need to go pub use super interactions move item. Right, so we have move item. I don't know if this inventory handle is still doing something. So the cursor when we drop item, we trigger drop item, which is then in cursor we trigger drop item, which when we get to here we're going to say mute commands, and we're going to go commands dot trigger move item. Place item. So it doesn't apparently need the cell ID. So interesting. Which I guess kind of works. So I'm gonna say like item, inventory, shape, and cell type. Okay, so the item is to drop.item. The inventory is to.inventory. The shape is to.shape. And the cell type is to.cell type. Now these are going to yell at me that they're being. You have a clone and you have a clone. Right. If inventory can fit. So it's a little bit weird that the cursor checks to see if it can fit and then decides to move the item, but I guess that's what you do. Also, like a triggering of a moving our item, I don't think it cleans up the final item. So if let's so then we insert item and then we have to say we have to do a handful of other things, don't we? Damn it. When you add an item, add item add. So you get it handle its sub inventory, you get it descriptor if self current inventory has any slot, right? Then for this, I don't think it updates the in inventories. What's happening here? Yes, this is current inventory insert item and self.modified. So we do effectively need to say at some point that you're in a different inventory. So maybe this shouldn't be public. Do you have access to commands? I think you do. It's called add item at, which I guess does all the checks. Maybe we should just go modify that back to add item at. If let e equals one failed to move item. Failed to move item. E. Right. Yeah, so you add. Now, my thinking is that when you add item at, when you successfully can fit, when you insert self.current inventory insert item, I feel like we should have left the insert item. Because we grabbed the item in the sub inventory and all that. We did that inside of here for some reason. That's fine. We're gonna say like self dot commands dot entity item dot insert in inventory self.inv.id. Do you need to be a handle? Oh. So you're the one that knows what it's what it's in. That's kind of funny. So you're the one that keeps track of what its shape should be. Sure, in inv. And then I'm pretty sure in inv, if I remember correctly, has the like on remove. That'd be really actually kind of interesting, is to effectively no, because it need a shape to be able to do it on its own. So only when you remove it, it goes in and it removes itself from the inventory that it was in. So the idea is that an item can only be in one inventory at a time, which may be not the best approach to do. I don't know. Because obviously, like, being in an inventory and having multiple things be allowed to be in the same, like, an inventory can have multiple things in it. Be able to be, well, obviously it can't be in multiple inventories because it's a single component. My thinking of that was like there might be certain items that you want to like not have a million copies of, so you can be like, oh, this is the same item. So when I pick you up, cool, and then when I click here, it says no, it doesn't fit. When I click here, it says, hey, it does fit, and puts it back. But okay, attempted to pick up while already holding an item. Now that's annoying because that implies that it didn't. It may have put it back, but it never removed it from. Which is annoying. So first off, let's check inventory asset inspector, cursor inventory. So the cursor still apparently holds onto that item. Now the next question is test inventory node. What's the bet that I never told it that was in the inventory of the... So when I pick it up, okay. So when we pick it up, I don't think we're sending it to the right inventory, which means it removes itself from the wrong inventory. So where's that? It's going to be in interactions mouse. So when we pick you up, no, it's here. So try drop. There's trigger place item. So apparently it doesn't actually need the cell type here, which is kind of funny. So you do some kind of weird this. I don't know if this is necessary anymore, because theoretically we would do that anyway, because it would modify the inventory and therefore. All right, so when we say cursor hold, are you the one that does it? You say inventory, open inventory. Okay. Self inventory origin. Well, no, it does do that. I want to say self.commands.trigger move item. So the item is wait. Place item. So like item is item. Inventory is self dot cursor inventory dot id. Cell type is, I guess, cell type any. I don't think it actually uses that, which is kind of funny. And then the shape is Well, actually, no. We would want to say not place item, fit item. I wonder if that works. We want to say origin, if set some origin. This tries to put it add the item at, and this also tries to add the item at. So I'm just out of curiosity, like if I just don't do that, if I just keep track of the origin, and then just say, hey, fit the item into the cursor. I don't think it's going to work properly, but yeah, I don't think I added to the inventory properly. Maybe it did though. No, so it didn't. It removed it from there, but it didn't move it into the player's inventory after. Is it because I despawned it somewhere else? Probably. Right, let's continue doing this then. Don't bother with the fitting. It does some kind of check. It's weird. Where do we call hold? It's like try pick up. We call hold. Okay. Well, it ended up being really tiny over there, which is funny. Weird. So this is when we remove it, which is kind of very incorrect. So cursor manager find item, inventory, cursor manager open inventory, inventory remove item. Okay, so if we don't do that, I need its origin. Okay, so we need to find the item. I guess we can like read inventory. Get shape. So we go back to you and we say, actually, this is shape. Right. Click.clone is entry.clone. Right. And then we can pass in the origin. This doesn't need to be mutable. So now we don't mutate it. We just grab the origin. And then we come down here and we say, so we don't need to do that. We can just say origin dot entry. Just be like a reference to that. No, add item. Oh no, because you need to be clone. Right. This adds it to itself, which is not actually the correct thing to do. So it needs to call add at, which means we need to. I'm pretty sure add at just gets called when we say place item. It's probably because fit checks and says it doesn't work. So then we go here and we say shape is origin dot oh, okay. So let's say that you just equal origin. First thing you do, set yourself to origin. I'm going to say, don't do this, don't do this. Then get origin. And then we say like self.commands trigger. So this is our place item. Right, which is then origin dot entry dot not layout, shape. No, clone. Right, yep. And then cell type is cell type any. Right, don't do that. Don't do that, and then you would trigger the same thing, but you'd trigger fit. Now, I don't think this is going to do anything. Are you yelling at me because it's reference to self.inventory.origin. All right, so that should place the item into the inventory. I think. A little bit wonky, but you know, what you gonna do? That's some bullshit. What do you fucking mean, Michael? That's so bullshit. I'll have to investigate that further. Apparently my fucking co-pilots decided I don't get any more inline suggestions. Alright, anyway. Pick this up. No, apparently not. So picked up opening inventory asset. Failed to fit in inventory. So when it's trying to fit it, like there's something about fitting add item at. So when we trigger this, we apparently don't call add item at. Oh, because we check can fit, and my bet is that can fit. Well, we said place item. So can fit. Incompatible slot type. Yeah, okay. So it should have that. So we're doing something about has any slot. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we need to go, hey, if you got to here, then it's false, and then it's like if cell type equals any self.fit cell type with a layout rect one. Dot is sum. If let okay. So this just says like if we say can fit and we happen to be checking a cell type any, we already know that it can accept any because we already checked to see if it's like it has any slots. And then we just say, hey, fit cell type is sum. Yeah, because any just needs to find like the first available empty cell. So that should at least mean that it doesn't decide that it can't fit because it's bigger than the hand. For fuck's sake, stop blocking my application. Stupid virus scanner. Okay. So when I click on this now, it says add overflow has overflowed its stack. Wow, that's not much fun. Oh, fit must then check can fit, which then checks. Right. If not, item shape. All right, fine. It's gonna be like well, the issue with this is it's fucking you do that, and the issue is that then you try down here. Yeah, that's what's happening is that because I'm pretty sure that fit checks can fit. And shape item shape dot layout does not equal layout rect u vec21. Maybe. I mean literals are not allowed. Okay. Fine. That might fix it because what I'm doing now is I'm saying if the cell type is any and it's not currently a 1 by 1 square, make it a 1 by 1 square and try again. Seems like a really bad way of doing this, but well, it added to that inventory. I just never removed it from this one. I feel like this is just a really bad way of doing it. Hmm. Larger versus existing don't need to spawn node for item 100. Yeah, okay, so it did that. Why did it not despawn the old one? Is the question. Is it because like the item didn't like why did you not disappear? So you did it. Oh, because it does it unchecked, doesn't it? Wait a second. In inv shouldn't do it unchecked, I don't think. It's the other one that does it unchecked. The rendering inventory or whatever. Items, item descriptor, no. In inventory, right? You do it. Whereas no, you get mute, so you should have triggered a do you trigger an error on replace? Maybe that's what the problem was. On remove might, I think, yeah. Okay, so on remove is only if you remove the component, if you replace the component on remove doesn't get called, which because we reinserted on top. All right. Right. Does it work now? No. So found fit. So put that in. So open inventory asset, inventory picked up item. Need to spawn a new item 112. So it still didn't. It's still not removing the original. On replace. Why is on replace not getting called? Something's not inserting the correct inventory thing. Possibly. I mean, almost certainly, but anyway. The item is in inventory. This doesn't I don't get it because it is entity was removed. Should have triggered but adding it to that inventory triggered it, but it didn't trigger that this one had been changed. Like as the like there's no error, which means that the on replace never triggered. Not on insert, because on insert. So what is it doing? interactions. So move item. Apparently we never do this. We know this. So we add item at. So then you add item at does this, and it inserts this onto the item, which presumably implies the item never had it to begin with. That's why on replace is not getting fired. But if we find like a random item, they should all have it. Maybe it's because it's when it's spawned. The spawn item internal, spawn item at, and then gets to spawn item internal. Spawn item internal. Inv item. So you insert the entry, and then the entity, and then yes, no. So you spawn it within inv. Self.inv.id. Why is it not calling on replace then? Okay, let's go here and do like a which is just going to be like this, and it's just going to go info added in inv to ctx.entity. Right, and then we're just going to go on add equals self added. I don't get why it's not. Because my thing is like this should spam the console with this when all the items are spawned, because every item should add it, which means it should just spam the console with that they added lots of them. But what I'm not following is why when I pick up the new item, it doesn't overwrite it. It's not considering it to be replaced. Alright. Well, okay. So it added it to all of these items and then got to here. And okay, so when I click this, it said picked up. Picked. So we picked up the item. So it didn't add it to anything. So we do exactly the same thing. We'll just change this to on insert. Right. Because if we just do it on insert, then it should again spam it everywhere. But then it should say it when I click. So clicked on this, we picked this up. It never said on inserted. Did these other ones say on inserted? They also added. So it never inserts it is the issue. Apparently. So at no point do we insert that onto the new thing, apparently. That's strange. Why are we never reinserting it? So we told you to move the item, correct? Cursor does this. It says place item or fit item. And it's obviously doing it because it's getting it. But what it's not doing apparently is inserting the actual thing. Like if we go to the cursor and we go here, this is this, and then we say item node. No, it's our rendered item. It's rendered 100. It's rendering 114. Entity 114, so that's probably in fill. 100 and that was 140 something. God, too many. 140. What did you say it was? What's that? Oh, it's probably easy to open this and go, what fucking item is new? 148. I don't think I have it registered, so it's not going to actually tell me anything, which is annoying, but anyway. 148. In inventory. Index 01 untyped. Which means that you aren't actually in the right inventory, because I'm pretty sure 01 is almost certainly going to be you. Right, because you'll be 00, which means you're 01, which is where I would think it would be. So it's not getting moved in, like it's not getting its in inventory updated when it moves. Which is annoying. So you trigger this, which is fit item. So when we move the item, what did it say? I need to like say like error, just because errors are easy to spot in the console. Adding item, right? Wait, so it probably said moving. There. Doesn't really matter what it actually says, but So when I click you, it did throw it. So it says, okay, error, adding item. Then it said found fit. And then processing 00, processing 00, processing 00. So what it never did was remove it from the other inventory, which from my understanding should be fine. This is where it originally was, which I was going to add a bit of code that actually removed it. But what's throwing me off is that when I add you at self commands entity item, oh, add any is a fucking alternative route it can run down. Okay, I'm going to say fuck off and go, I'm pretty sure I fixed that by effectively going, if you check can fit on any, it does special logic. So this should work without this fucking alternative special route. Okay, moved item. Failed to move item, no slot in inventory except item. All right, so that's annoying. Okay. So return if self. Right, so it never tries the any. Okay. I feel like you need to pull some kind of can fit. Fuck you. Return if well, it's gotta be like add any. Okay. Self dot commands. Wait, what? Oh, this is inventory. No, so that would. It's like you, because you have a special fucking has any, add any. So theoretically, like this is all a bit redundant. Just trying to fucking work it all out at this point. So out of that, we can because the first thing it checks, we can say we can go can fit cell type any. Shape. Wait, no. Fit. Self.fit. If self.fit any shape reference to layout rect u vec to 0 equal 1 dot is sum one is sum nope, wrong type of slot type. Cell type. Alright, that's the fucking any possible alternative any which should make it work, I think. I'm getting a little bit tired of this stuff just not working. Okay. So that moved it somewhere. Question is, I don't think it moved it onto the It probably did, but it probably kept the fucking offset. So it's probably maybe not. Is cursor inventory? There is an item menu. It's just, you know, at a really bizarre offset. Okay. So that kind of worked, but annoyingly, not really. So here's what's annoying me about it mostly is that self.current inventory. So like we just insert the item and we do this, but like what I need to do is also why do we clone the shape? Wait, this also adds it twice. Which is interesting. It doesn't add it twice. It then checks to see if it can add it again. Which means we don't need to clone you anymore. I just want to say, like, we can make this shape mutable, which is not really necessary, like, in terms of annoyance, but anyway, shape equals shape dot, like, if let sum pos dot, actually, we can make you not mutable, and we can go pos, and we say pos dot layout equals shape shape dot layout, and then your shape is just pos. Right. So that should reset it back to 0 because effectively, like, it's always going to be placed at 0. At this point, I feel like the cursor should just have fucking custom logic because it's getting a bit out of hand to try and make the cursor work. Where did it go now? Where did it go now? Let me guess. It didn't actually put you at 0. No, it did. Oh, it never. It didn't trigger that you'd been modified. Self.modified equals true. Yeah, this is getting out of hand because I'm effectively writing bespoke logic. I like that the cursor has its own inventory. I feel like it just needs to have a maybe like an accepts all or just returns true logic of, like, if it contains any, it just returns true. So pick that up. Okay, and can we put it back, please? And then can we pick this one up? Can't put it back there, but can put it back there. Okay. One of these corners. Maybe? No. Why can I not? Orientation 0 to, oh, yeah, it doesn't fit there because its orientation got reset. Okay. Interesting that. Honestly, I feel like maybe the player's inventory should just bypass the bullshit. we already checked to see if it's special. Because that's what this is. It's just a bespoke check to make sure. So first off, fn insert item mute self item entity and shape. This then says self.current inventory dot insert item. It'll be public. Right, you insert item, so we need to get an entry. Right, an entry needs a shape. Right, and then we need to get access to something. Let OK underscore sub equals self dot get no, self dot items dot get item. Okay, let sub equal dot OK, which will turn that into some dot map. Does that work? I don't think it works because I don't think the item inventory has the right thing, but we can probably get that to work maybe. Where is item inventory? Import into asset ID inventory for reference to item inventory. Okay, so does that fix the thing down here? Where you are an option, oh well, we just pass in sub inventory sub, makes that know what that type is, which then just annoying. I feel like there's probably a cleaner way of doing that. This is an option. Wait, what? Is okay and? Maybe it's like this. No, this returns a boolean. Okay. Wait, and then? Is it dot? Okay, and then? And so, and then, which takes in self and a function, and the function takes in t, which is option t, and returns an option u. The trait bound. Okay. Dot map. E dot into. Okay. There's definitely a cleaner way of doing that, but anyway. So you insert item and then you say self.modified equals true. Right, then these other places we say, hey, can you just fucking insert the item? Which also means that I think you can like not. Wow, all the others care about like don't really care about the sub inventory. They also, ironically, I can do this down here as well. The entity and then insert and then self. Wow. Ah, damn. No, I can't do that because I don't actually know what fucking where you put it. Well, that's annoying. And then you just be sell. Right. Because I just think it's just smarter to do it this way. So honestly, I think this whole thing goes. It feels so wrong to check that. So I guess we can just do that. Well, annoyingly, I feel like another query would be better to have like a query for items and a query for inventories, item inventories, because the if can fit, and then it would be self.insert, and then you don't have to worry about doing this, and then you just say insert shape. Because you gave me shape, which means I own shape. Insert item. So you need entity, which is the item, shape, and then the cell, which is cell slot type. Dot clone. Right. So we inserted the item here. Which calls the insert item here. So insert item. I need to probably comment on this and be like, insert an item, or like it add item to inventory without checking if it will fit. Right. So you then call can fit and then insert item. So then when you say like spawn item internal, this does all this. So when you're spawning an item, it does different stuff. And then this has to do it this way, which also needs to say self dot modified equals true. The fuck is this doing? Why is this doing inside the sub inventory? Oh, this is item inventory. Yeah, that's yeah, you did that up there. Okay, cool. Yeah, that seems all fine to me. This needs to do. This is the only one that needs to do it slightly separately because it actually needs to insert the sub inventory. Because if it doesn't, you can't query for the sub inventory. So spawn at, and then these both do stuff, and then go spawn at internal. Okay, and then when we say add item, you go, hey, can fit, and then insert the item, and then fit item. Current inventory fit item. So this tells you where it will fit, what it will fit, and then this is add item. What the fuck are you doing? I feel like you're doing something very wrong. Where'd you get the sub inventory? I feel like adding an item should pull out certain amount of information and then call fit, and then add item add. So get the item's handle, get the descriptor. Well, you don't even need to do that. You just can. So add item calls let shape equals self.fit item. And then self.insert item, which is item shape and cell type. That's how add item should work. So there's an add fail, which apparently just has like a whole bunch of different things. Which I think I'm going to shrink a bunch by going pub enum fit failed. Right. Derive. Debug and this error. Right. So the fit failed is going to be what's returned by calling something like fit. So when you say fit, you're going to return a result. Now apparently you need the cell type. Okay. And then also fit failed. So we can do a bit there. So then you would return error fit failed. So this is also another reason why I think items should be separated from fucking having inventories. Cleans up the API a little bit. So fit failed, not an item. Right. Not an item. Now, annoyingly, I feel like these should have like an overlap, like a common, because of the fact that there's so much of it that's like shared between them. So error fit failed descriptor not loaded. Item dot open descriptor dot id. So we come down here and we say well, it's not even not loaded. Descriptor not found. Now the fun thing is actually this could be a handle. Main reason for do a handle is because then like item desk not found. Item descriptor not in assets. Okay. Just make it an ass ID. Item descriptor. It'd be nice to have like the path, but I feel like it's one of those like it's better just to say the item descriptor and then you can look up the path if you actually need to know. So down here we need to implement a. This is why I feel like they need a common. Anyway, we can do something that's like import into. I don't know if it's into or from, but anyway. Add failed for fit failed into, and then match self is a add failed not an item. Yeah, they definitely need a common. Because I'm thinking like the add failed because of common reasons. And then the common failed because of fit failure. Well, I mean, the thing with that is that fit item should return a fit failure. I'm not entirely sure how to lay this fucking out. Empty is not an item. Entity is not an item. Hmm. Pub enum item error not an item. So then you would have that. So they're your two errors, and then you can have an item error. Item error, like that. Right. Fit doesn't implement display. Okay. So sure. Actually, if we just leave them item descriptor in assets. So you can have an item error, or you can have different fit errors. So then you would also have a item error. Which is just going to print out 0. Which means that you don't need to have not an item. You don't need to have an item descriptor not found. Inventory descriptor not found. So that would be an inventory error, maybe. We can work that out later. So then these two can go, hey, fit failed item error. He goes into add failed item error E Okay, so what other item? Well, my annoyance with that is that theoretically an add error. I guess there'd never be a fit error that has an add error, so you would actually be like wait, that is correct though. And then it'd be like fit error. Fit failed. And then everything else turns into a no, this just feels wrong. It wouldn't it feel like enum in I'd want to do something like that and then have like a because it's weird that a fit failure can fail into an see items can have fit failures, but all fit failures have item failure. Which means that effectively the add doesn't need the item error because they're just and then you just go like from and it's like, well, any of its item errors would just present as fit errors. So weird. This just feels weird, funky, not satisfying. So yeah, this feels pretty weird. I guess you would have from like that, which lets me question mark them up, I believe. So I can be like, you go like item error, not item. No, okay. Okay, then you return descriptor not found, which is then the ID. Okay, and then you do that, which returns then the fit item. You, well, I mean, return option. Right, so we want to say no valid slot types, no valid slots, and we want to say something like error bounds. I feel like out of bounds should probably return the 2 bounding boxes. Anyway, So you should probably return a result. It failed, something like that. Okay, so then you'll be sum. So you continue. If you get to here, then you are now. Hmm. Hmm. So my thinking here is that like there's out of bounds and like um fails. My thing here is that we're like it failed. Is we don't actually know if it didn't have any compatible spots. And since they're the only two places it can return. Yeah, it's annoying. Interesting. Whatever. So we go here and say, hey, you get an add failed, which is because you return the fit failed, and then we insert the item, which returns nothing, and then we need to return okay. So you fit the item, and the fit the item calls this. And then it says fit failed, not an item. Fit failed, descriptor not found, and then it says self current inventory fit item. See, that's the annoying thing, is they all kind of fizzle out in that. Like this one, honestly, fit item. Self dot can fit. Fit option shape. Can fit. This one's like the only one that could possibly return additional information. Like it collided with an item and that kind of thing. Okay. Can fit takes in a shape. Yeah, it's all too stupidly named, to be honest. When we add an item, we say fit the item, self-insert item. You call fit item. Alright. This feels stupid. I think that it should be that you do this. Right. And then you do this. I think you should just pass or fail, to be honest. And then add item can go away. Okay. this allows me to, I think, simplify fit failed as well, because we can say that actually the fit failed is a type of thing, but the item errors are actually not something. Like a fit doesn't fail because of item errors. Ads can fail because of item errors. So then you return an ad ad fail. So when we say fit item, add an existing item from the world to the inventory. We'll try find the first place it fit. Okay. Right. So then you'd say not an item, and an item descriptor, and then you would say let cell shape. I just need to make it like way more clear what the fuck is going on. Self insert item, which then we insert item with the shape and the cell. Do you return anything? No, I think we just say okay, like that. Right. So something about not being allowed to borrow self as mutable. Where is it being borrowed? Shape and cell are both cloned. Oh, okay, right. Okay. So fit item adds an item. Then we get to rename you to. Well, actually, I don't know if I trust that because I feel like there's probably a bunch of places where I was calling add item. Can fit. Okay, you're different, but you're not right kind of broken. That might just be it. Cool. So that means we get to rename you to add item, and then add item takes a shape. So item error, not an item. Okay, and then this one's the same thing. We do this, we return that, and we say descriptor not found. This handle.id. Okay, then you return that. So when we add item, we iterate through all the slots to make sure that it's the right size, and then we say can fit. Okay. Yeah, and then it's an add failed most locked. So this would actually be a fit. Fit failed. No valid slop. Okay. And then you insert the other. So you return an add failed, which is then you're going to be an descriptor. So this is item. Descriptor not found. Item dot into. Now this one I actually feel like we could just pass in the ID because I'm pretty sure I can turn that into a strong handle and not to worry about it because I never remove them like I do the other stuff. Let's cell type self current inventory fit items. Okay, so you've been. So I think the trick with that one would be to go question mark. And then it'd be cell type. So you say fit item. Okay. And then interesting. Because I feel like you should be the same. Is that you shouldn't be a shape. You should just be a location. Okay. So you run into the same thing about being like if you get to here, then it's an item error. Descriptor not found. Item dot ID dot into. Right. So descriptor not found. Then you get the shape. And then we spawn an item internal, which we return, and then this one just says does not fit. Add failed, does not fit. Yes, sure. Okay. Spawn item internal has a bunch more possibilities that it could do. So at this point, we have a shape, as you declare the shape up here. Nice, okay, and then a cell type. Okay, so spawn in, so you spawn the entity, you spawn the inventory, and then you insert the current item. And it to be slightly different because you actually have to spawn the inventory, which means you actually do something differently. All right, and then I guess remove does its own thing at the moment. It's, so what I'm thinking is that we want to say that move item has like all these different ones, but we also just want to have like a insert item, which is just item So insert is going to stick it in where we told it to. So I do feel like these should just be their own things, but anyway. Move item, insert item, and then we're just going to say something like desktop insert item, which takes in the item, which we dereference, the shape, which we clone, and the cell type, which we also need to clone. So cell type. Oops. Cell type dot clone, like that. All right, and then can you return? So inserting an item literally doesn't check at all. This says the arm doesn't match, can fit. What does can fit need to take then? cell type, cell shape. Oh, right, because destination dot. Okay. So we're gonna have a new one that's gonna be like pub find fit, which just takes in self and returns. Would you recommend Bevy asset loader or just stop it? It depends on what you're doing, because from what I understand, like the Bevy asset loader basically just makes your game pause until you're like basically until all the assets are ready. And how do I explain? Like that's very useful. Like for certain like if you're loading lots of big assets, or if your game needs to have certain things loaded before it starts running for it to function properly. Otherwise, like you may as well just use the standard Bevy assets. Like again, it's one of those, depends on your use case and like if you're running into issues. Like I see a lot of people using it when they're doing web-based stuff, because it like the web, relatively speaking, is slow compared to it being on your hard drive, which means that you may want to wait until everything's loaded, because it could take minutes sometimes for like really large shit to all get fetched from the server, that kind of thing. So like in game jams and stuff like that, you'll see people often using like the asset loader, because it does the Bevy asset loader, because it means that you don't have to worry about like things not being loaded ready when the web game is finished. But theoretically, like you don't actually need it. Again, unless like how I'm doing my stuff. Technically, I would want to have something like that, which I just built my own, because if you try to spawn an inventory before like the assets have loaded, you don't have access to the data, and therefore you can't do it. As opposed to like most things, yeah, with the prototype, it's not really necessary. Like most things, like images, it's like it doesn't matter if the image hasn't finished loaded when you go to render it, because it'll just render a white pixel. It's when you like actually need to access the internals of the asset, like the frame that you do something, otherwise it won't work. It means you need to wait for the assets to finish loading. Whereas if it's like, I'm just not going to render it, then it doesn't matter. Or if it's like I can check to make sure it's loaded when they go to do something, and if it's not loaded, then I just won't do it. It's fine. It's only when like mine, where it's like if you try to spawn an item and it hasn't finished loading, it just doesn't have any information about it and can't do it. So yeah, it's also one of those, I don't remember how to set it up, but I think it's like once it's set up, it might be too bad in the general sense of like it's not that bad to maintain, but I wouldn't set it up until you actually need it, sort of thing. That makes some sense, I think. Always happy to help. Yeah, a lot of these like external plugins, I don't use them because it's just a lot of extra stuff to learn. One I would recommend is Leafwing, because that lets you do input management, as like you can basically define a set of actions that can be taken, as opposed to like individually binding like keys, which means that like jump, I can bind spacebar to jump, but I can also bind like the X button to jump, or like whatever, like controller, and also like touchpad, and like you can bind all the different inputs to a jump action, because you know that that's what it does. And then like it makes it really easy for the user to rebind things as well, like, and have config rebinding. Whereas if you set that up yourself, you have to like have like a massive array of all these, like, oh, these are all these, and it also does chords and stuff like that. So it just like abstracts away a lot of the like busy work. It's called Leafwing Input Manager, I believe. Leafwing Input Manager. Yeah. So it's maintained by Alice, who's one of the maintainers of Bevy at the moment. And it basically like lets you define you can put the input manager plugin, and then you specify your set of actions, and they're like run, jump, and then you can bind different things. You can also bind it like on a per entity level, so you can have like a global input map, which is I think is that what they're doing here? No, this one's local, which means that this player has these this key binding map, whereas you can also do it as like how buttons work at the moment, where it's a global thing where it's like this is the run jump action of the actual player, and then you can also have like this is the run jump action of this entity, and this is the run jump action of this entity. They can have different like sets, and they have different bindings. So you could have like WASD controls one character, and what's the other one? It's like UHJK or something. I think is the other, like when you're doing 2-player on the same keyboard. So you can bind all that up without having to do anything different. Like all your logic stays exactly the same. You just attach it to individual entities rather than it being a resource in the world. So it's good. It did have some limitations. So there was it used to be really fun. Well, I personally liked it more, and then they changed something and I couldn't work it out. But you used to be able to pull the bindings out, and it made it really easy to like have like a key binding menu, because you could like iterate through all the key bindings and be like, oh, these keys, and then display them. And then they changed it so that it's now like a which makes somewhat more sense in the maintainability side of things, but it's now like a bunch of dynamic traits rather than before it was like it had a enum that was like, hey, this is a keyboard button versus a controller button versus a, like it had all the different types of inputs, so you could just match them. Whereas now it's like, oh no, it's a vector of dynamic button of things that implement this trait, which means that like it could be a vector of keys, it could be a vector. So it became much harder to like remap things. Not impossible though, because again, I think you just kind of like you just had to have like 3 different things. Well, like one was looking for keys, one was looking for buttons, and one was looking for like the mouse. And then you could just like you could just like insert them, and then it would all work. It was just like not as easy to display. And I don't even know if it was that much harder. It was just it took me a while to work it out, because I think you had to like use reflect to work out what the underlying type was to be able to pull it out to render it. And I had like a key binding menu. I did it in a game, and it was really cool. I liked it. And then then they changed it. It's pretty hard. Okay, self current inventory fit item. Right, which then gives us a fit failed. And the item, so we have to give it an item descriptor, which annoyingly means that you need to return. That's annoying. Hmm. I want to say we can do something like E and F, and then you go E and F, and then do something like debug drive debug this error and then you're like from, and you're also from. Honestly, no idea if this is going to work. So it's going to tell me that you can't do from because for some reason error. So conflicting implementation with from. Damn it. Fine. So failed F, and then this is going to be item from item, something like that. Thank you. Do F. And then we come up here and we just do something like failed fit failed, and then we say do that, and then map error, and then that would be failed def, something like that. All right, and then you just pass in descriptor. Okay, so find fit, and then that should return the shape, which means that when we come to here, we say, hey, you'll find fit dot okay. Right, so then find fit will return the same thing as it did before, then can fit, and then sell, and then move. So then this one is just insert. Apparently we don't need the inventory. Dot maybe. Is it here for the dot? There's definitely a way to, yeah, consume everything that's not consumed. We do need to go up here and say that insert item dot returns item. Something tells me that place is going to be more of a overridey kind of thing. Anyway, move item insert. This is very annoying. Something tells me that my GitHub Copilot is run out, but I don't actually know how to check that. Because it says I ran out of shit. I'm like, if they drop my usage that much that I've run out, yeah, okay, no, I'm in the free tier, that's why. That's annoying. I don't remember how to upgrade. Am I even allowed to get upgraded again? Wait, am I like just shit luck because I let my thing expire and therefore they're like, no, you can't become a new, can't refresh it. It's saying you can enable Copper agents for other users, but you won't be able to access. Hmm. I'm somewhat concerned that if I try and refresh my subscription right now, it will dox me because it's got like my name and my second thing, and I'm not sure what window it could pop up on. Hmm. I'm curious. It does say Gear Pro. They've dropped the price. When I got it, it was like $100 a year when you paid for the whole year. Now it's $48 when you pay for the whole year. It's also weird because they're doing that like compare base plan. So Pro's $4 a month. It used to be $10 a month. What the fuck do they do? Core workflow monthly, 200 gigabytes storage. Ah, it's probably the co-prep plan. Yeah, okay. That's why it was cheaper, because it was just GitHub Pro. For individuals. Hmm. But it's not a new site. Oh, that's annoying. So, I wonder if I can refresh it. Like if I go to my mail. Oh look, they literally sent me the email today. It annoys me because it's like, well, I know it was yesterday they sent me this thing. Okay. I'm very confused about it. Says, oh no, you can just like re-upgrade your plan. Uh, and then it says, oh no, uh, the fuck? Excuse me, I would like. Hmm. I would like to see the GitHub fucking Copilot thing. What do you mean? Hmm. Where's the fucking thing? Hmm. You can tell I'm really boring when I'm distracted. Oh, that's annoying. I like the GitHub Copilot. Like fucking. Hmm. So annoying. I actually don't think I can. Yeah. What? Right. But it's not new. Um. Hmm. Says a billing and licensing. Copilot. Hmm. Oh, that's stupid. I gotta get more people watching when I'm not actually coding. I'm just like reading stuff on the other one. I'm distracted. It does appear that I actually just can't. That it appears that it's just gone. Well, that's annoying. Hmm. Oh, apparently I have to use a different chatbot. Hmm. I don't know what to search for. Get code alternative. Hmm. Apparently there's alternatives. Hmm. I get the impression that this stuff's already out of date. Hmm? Okay. Search. No. So here, because apparently, fucking. Um. Okay. safe using codes, free code. I mean, fuck it, I'll give it a try. Okay. It, hmm. Did it work? Did it work? Apparently not. Hmm. If, um, mm-hmm. Is it working? Okay. But like, it didn't seem to work. um, nope. The fuck do you mean? Fuck. Alright, well. Try one more time. Why are you redirecting me here? Why are you doing this? It opened up this. Is it going to do anything? Apparently not. Well. Okay. Close. Uninstall. Reset extension. Oh, apparently we don't do the autocomplete anymore because fucking GitHub's a prick. Alright, anyway. I don't know what's going on. All right. Honestly, I don't know if I want to continue coding today because what am I even doing? Something somewhere. Something's fucking doing something. It's driving me spare. What the fuck are you? Something's loading proc macros. Can Rust Analyzer please just like restart maybe? It'd be a real prick to get done, but might actually like I have to track down like the one error. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Dot. Okay. I thought it's stupid. Anyway, pick you up. No, it didn't do anything. Why is it not doing anything? First up, we probably want to go somewhere. What is it? Like interaction cursor, not mouse. Yeah, it's so don't fit the item. I guess no, you do fit. You fit the item. Like so. It's you. I want you to insert the item. Oh, so you insert the item. Okay. So moved item, and then it said failed for some reason. I went somewhere. It at least disappeared. So it said no need to spawn new items, which means it didn't. So yeah, it spawned the new item in. So you have the new item here, okay? But then why is it not rendering the new one? It probably is. It's probably just put it somewhere stupid. Cursor slot. It has, yeah, it has an item. Where the fuck is it though? I guess the thing to check is here and go. There's no sub inventory. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, yes, it's not resetting. When you insert the item, you just take origin.entry, which is not correct. We would want to be let shape equal origin.entry.clone. It's like shape dot offset equals ivec 20. Okay. And then use shape. Shape. Alright. Restart that. Run that again. That should at least put it at the right spot now. Inventory. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter because it's just gonna stick it. Anyway, so that puts that item over there. It just weirdly make it smaller, which is kind of funny. But okay, so that's kind of working. Hmm. Why do I need it to fuck? We need to move to where the mouse is. So like when mouse is enabled, we need to follow mouse. My annoying thing is that I'm pretty sure that it's doing this weird like cumulative mouse movement is not the right word for it. It's like the canvas only updates every so often, so we need to be like window is single window with primary window. Right. I do want to commit this to GitHub and say same issue as last time where I need to like not commit the inspector, wherever the hell that is. And that also means going in here and saying don't commit that and go I don't know what I was doing. Okay, commit that. Come back to here. So follow mouse. Well, it's more like we want to say this is update mouse. Update mouse. So the idea of the update mouse is we're going to go I guess the cursor. Which is going to be like single mute transform with inventory cursor. No. Something. Cursor slot. Okay. So it's not even the transform, it's like the UI transform. Because in theory, it should always be in that top left corner. Then we want to go something like window, like cursor dot translation equals let some position equals window dot cursor position. Else return okay, and then we want to say cursor dot translation equals val pixels pos dot x val pixels pos dot y. Cannot borrow cursor mutably. Okay, need to be fixed. Okay, so we're gonna just go app dot add update update mouse. No, wait, what? Add systems. Update. Maybe I shouldn't be doing an update. Maybe I shouldn't post update. Example systems that should run once per render frame, including but not limited to UI, input handling, audio. So this should, in theory, move the item to always being directly under the cursor. I mean, theoretically, we could also just work out where on it you clicked and set it by that much, and that would help. Anyway, So the annoying thing with that is that we effectively, it is kind of lagging behind, which is that Bevy I don't think updates every frame. That, or I'm, like, as you can see, like my mouse can move and it'll trail behind. So I think I know how to fix that though. So the annoying thing is that it goes back to this inventory size. Like if I was to do this over this inventory, well, they got even smaller. What the fuck? Okay, maybe it. All right. I mean, it's correct in as much as okay. So annoyingly, we have to somehow work out like which one you're over and set the style. It's kind of annoying. It's like set the style based on like what inventory you're currently hovering over. So the idea is that these smaller inventories don't make things smaller. And I'm pretty sure this is becoming smaller because when you pick it up, it goes into the any, which this defaults to the battery. Which again, we need to like sort of check what's underneath the cursor. So you can see there's a little like item icon under the cursor. I don't like that it's lagging a frame behind, but I'm pretty sure the way that you fix that is first off, we go, let's put you in fixed update. And be all like app.add like insert. No, just don't bother with this. Just keep like a weird thing of being like, we only update it every like 10 frames, I'm gonna say. So like you run local U8 maybe even like just once a second, so we can be like time, which is like res time, and then be like if time dot elapsed second I guess we'll just make it an F32 then. Wait, no. Well. Sure. Elapsed seconds dot floor does not equal run is less than run, continue, return, and then My issue with this is I have a feeling at some point it's going to like wrap around and like Bevy resets the elapsed time after so long, something like that. Yep. If you need NF32 by the person. Okay, right. So this one will continue going up forever, but there is a wrapped version that doesn't, where it's like every like hour it resets, so that the idea is that like you don't have bigger and bigger sways as the game gets further and further along. Anyway, and I should be right. It should be a pretty long time before elapsed seconds is greater than fucking 1 second. So then you say run run equals time dot elapsed seconds dot floor plus 1. Okay, this should mean that only once per second it now teleports to the thing. This is about I want to correct for any potentially like lag that's like accumulated lag. So once per second, I will teleport the thing to the cursor. Now, my concern with this, I feel like it's going to end up being behind all the time. That is, like if you're constantly moving, it's not because of the ordering of things. Well, I guess we do this pre-update. Right, and then in update we can like follow. Well, actually, if we want to do it the other way around, when we teleport, we want to make sure that we've already moved, because otherwise you'll accrue the movement. So, the update mouse is going to go into post update, because the hope is that in post update, I mean, maybe post update is correct. Maybe it's because we're running an update. I have no idea when this is actually updated. I think I've worked out that it's not every frame. It's like a 10 FPS or something, so it means that you end up with this situation where it's like it always lags behind because the mouse is re-rendered, but it's not actually moved yet. Right, so this is happening in post update. Right, it's still happening at once per second. So turn this off. It'd be really funny if it was just that because of the fact that it's happening in update. If updates when the window gets its position updated, then it's in a race condition. As to whether I set it to where it was or where it was last frame. This assumes you only exist on one entity at a time. Right. I think it's still lagging behind. Yeah, so you can see like as I move, it's like it's following behind because it takes a frame for the game to or for Bevy to know where it is. So pick this up. So it's lagging behind, but what we're going to do is so in update, which now the annoying thing about that is that may cause the problem to be worse. Anyway, we can work out what the fuck that is. Why are you? What the fuck? Right, this is fine. It's just for some reason it's decided that it's not going to see that this is a comment, so it's counting this one, which is just such a weird, like, what the hell is your problem? Anyway, so we want to go like movement, which is res accumulated mouse motion, which is basically it sums up all the mouse like all the movement of the mouse, because otherwise you have to do it through events. So somewhere in here. Accumulate mouse movement. So it takes in all the mouse movements that have happened since the previous frame, sums them all up, and then sets the delta. And it's just like, otherwise I would have to do this, and it's just like, rather than everyone doing that, it's like it gives you the truth. And then it's going to be the same thing again, where we're going to go, hey, give us the cursor, and then we're just going to say cursor dot translation. And then we're going to say val pixels O, and then we do that, and then anything else, everything else is just going to be, I guess, do nothing. And then we do the same thing for the Y. We can do it immediately, right? Yeah, just like this, and then it's just like dereference, I don't know, O plus equals movement dot delta dot Y. I have to dereference here. Except you're supposed to be the Y. And then same thing for your X. And then yeah, you're also supposed to be making the references. I think, I mean, it might be possible. We can have a look at this val too and go, hey, does a val 2 happen to like implement like plus and stuff like that? Resolves this for the given scale factor, parent size, and viewport size. That's disgusting. It might have the ability like to just add two together. That would be nice, but I doubt it, because of like, what would you do if you added a percentage to a pixels? So presumably nothing, but like. So no. Right. So every frame, it's updated to where it was. Yep. But as you can see, it doesn't feel as laggy. I think it's probably, yeah, it is still behind. Like if I move it like a nice constant speed, I can stay in front of it. But effectively what we're doing, wait, we haven't even done the follow mouse. Oops. So if that happens in post update, now annoyingly, something tells me that this is going to result in it not working properly, because the ratio is going to be wrong. Like the accumulated mouse motion is not going to be the same fucking scale. But what's, hopefully, if it all works out, what's going to happen is that basically each frame we're going to, I mean, you shouldn't actually see the difference because we're still setting it every frame. But when we go back to setting it to like once per second, we're actually tracking. God, it's so weird that it's broken like that. Anyway, can we like close all of these tabs and like reopen this one? Thank you. Yeah, so what's going to happen is it should once per second re-update itself with the position in the window, but it's also every frame going to use the amount that the mouse has moved to work out where it should be. As you can see, it's a little bit busted because they're at the wrong fucking scale, but should be right. Once per second it comes back, which is kind of funny. So it's moving correctly. It's just that the scale factor's wrong. I don't remember how to get the scale factor. Is it just in? We just need like the window or something to get the scale factor. So I guess the question is, so we should probably just print that and be like info. I think I fucked with this ages on another stream where it was like, how do I get it to do it? Because what effectively ends up happening is that because the it's a 4K screen, but it's like Bevy's only actually rendering it at you know, like 1440 or something, it ends up with a scale factor that results in the number of physical pixels that the operating system reports the mouse moving is more than the number of pixels that Bevy represents that as. And sorry, say 1.5. And so the idea is that for like, if I move my mouse from here to somewhere, it's moving 1.5 times further. So we want to say that, like, let delta equal, I guess like movement dot delta divided by please window dot scale factor, maybe. Window scale factor. Okay, I think that should work. And then you're just delta dot x and delta dot y. What are you, like a val2? So my curiosity is if val2 just like lets me sum them together, then may as well like plus equals do the val2, because the val2 had some kind of weird like math thing that I could do with val2. Okay. So as you can see, like I can get away from it. It's still moving faster, I think. It is. Which is so annoying. So it's moving faster than it should be. What is this? So it resolves this val2 from the given scale factor, parent size, and viewport size. My assumption is that this resolves as, what it resolves to 0. Like this resolves to percentage is physical base value times value divided by 1. So like resolve is effectively turning, so value times scale factor. It's even more confusing, to be honest. X into the value and y divided value and min into value and max into value. Okay, that's stupid. Why is it leaking like that? Like it's just not quite the right number. It's, I guess the thing to check would be to go I guess we need to do it like input something like this, and then be like res button input key code. I just need some kind of way of being like, if I hit F12, if input dot just pressed key code escape return. So when I hit a escape, it will teleport the mouse, and then I can basically teleport it and then see how much it's out by. Because the fact that it's out by anything at all annoys me to no end, simply because it shouldn't be doing that. But what I'm trying to work out is that because I every now and then teleport it, so it's like it ends up out of phase because it got teleported and then moved. Because we move it and then we up. So we will always move its position after we do that. Because the thing is, like, if you teleport it first, so if I hit escape, it's now under the mouse. You see what I mean? Like, it's stupid. Why is the amount of motion that's accruing not seems to be able to just like miss if I move slowly? It's so stupid. What is it doing? Why is it doing? Okay. Dumb. That's what the idea of like updating it every frame and then moving by the mouse motion was supposed to be fixing. Maybe we do update every frame. So let's go back to updating every frame. But I want to do that. So pre update. Now the issue with doing it pre-update is effectively if we move the mouse a really big distance, we are going to teleport it to where the mouse is and then move it a big chunk. And what I'm trying to work out is kind of I guess we could be looking at when window is set. Because it doesn't actually feel like it's very far out. As you can see, it's definitely lagging behind. And the thing is because we're updating every frame, it's definitely not under the mouse, but like teleporting to the mouse every frame is basically as good as we're going to get. We also need to like not let the there needs to be some kind of flag or something, I guess, to pass to that so that we can basically flag the ones in your inventory as not doing that. Yeah, it's something's not running like every frame. So I want to say like window. And when is window position like ever touched? Oh, it's touched a lot, apparently. Well, it's probably going to be something more like dot position. Physical cursor position. Well, apparently dot position's never called. So cursor position is self-physical cursor position divided by the scale factor. What the fuck is a D vector? Oh, it's a F32? F64? Oh, double vector. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. If position X physical cursor position, so that means it's off the screen. Okay, fair enough. Set cursor position, set physical cursor position. But what actually, like, when is... Well, I mean... So there's like 25 times that it's called dot. So there's a whole bunch of times that it's actually done. So dot physical cursor position. Presumably it's anywhere that there's a spacebar. All right, set cursor position. Well, that probably gives a pretty big hint that it's something is calling set cursor position. It's only ever called once there, but window.rs raw handle events. Let's go to the GitHub. Oh wait, yeah, fucking search Bevy. Not on my fucking account. Just give me Bevy, please. Mm-hmm. Nope. The fuck? Okay, we'll go through the fucking long way and go through the website. Okay. Then I'm going to search inside of the Bevy repo, set cursor position. There is only like 2 places that will fucking win it, set cursor position. Okay, that's kind of it. Right, where the hell do you... Alright. Where was that? That was in like window... Can I go to top? No, what? No. Just screw... System? Exit on close, close. Okay. Monitor event cursor. Custom cursor system cursor? System cursor icon. Mod window. Self.internal. Internal window state. That's interesting. What the fuck is your internal window state? Window ref, window ref, window. Wait, what? Set cursor position. What am I inside of? What is this? Import window. Self.internal. Unscaled. Okay. What the fuck sets this then? Internal window state. There's only... I don't think this thing listens to me very well. I've searched for it and it's just going, oh no, there's only 0 instances of that. There's only the implementation. This is apparently the only instance of this, and even though there's one in it right there. But when do you like set this? It's got to be in like Winit or something. So it's in like Winit window. And create the window. Honestly, I have no idea. When is it like triggered? I don't care about the present mode. Set cursor position. The annoying thing is, surely, well, this calls internal, physical cursor position. Like, it's used like 25 times. Set physical cursor position. Well, yeah, that makes a lot more sense to be like, it would probably be set physical cursor position because that does just update it. There's the actual function. Okay. Window event cursor moved. Alright, so that's in Bevy Winit Skur. Winit Skur state. Okay, last position Cursor moved. So the annoying thing is that this window event, active event loop, mute self. What is this inside of? Application handle. Window ID, window, yeah, so something tells me that this is not something that you can make happen faster. So window event. Something has to obviously call window event, but application handle is the when an app run state. Reset on update. App lifecycle idle. Update mode continuous. This is what? Reactive. Startup focused updates. Heavy window events, raw winning event. Okay. So it just appears that it's like the annoying thing is I feel like it's either if I do it last or if I do it first. Surely, like, it's not that like every frame. I mean, it could be one frame behind, but my mouse is moving that quickly, and it's definitely multiple frames behind. Actually, that makes sense because if it's, I think Bevy does like present mode and like buffers like 3 frames, which means that like the amount that it trails behind is 3 frames behind. Which is why it's so much more obvious when you're moving at like a constant speed away from something. Okay, so it's really lagging here, which I think is because we're like adding an additional frame behind, maybe. If we put it in first, the issue is I don't know when the window is updated. Presumably before first, but it's not doing it at the right time anyway. So I can end up like a little bit off, but like it's not terrible. Honestly, it's annoying that it happens at all, but like not exactly anything I can do about it. So somehow I need to work out how to like hover but not click. So this isn't even a, so I guess this is like F2, like follow mouse. Honestly, what would be better is constantly have it snapping to like the nearest grid line or something. That would be so much better because then at least it would feel like it's supposed to not be following directly behind you. Anyway, we need to, okay, so okay, don't take that one. And then we say pickup now follows mouse. Now, the fact that the pickup has a singular slot also somewhat annoys me, almost exclusively because it like gives away so clearly. Anyway, what we're doing. This is the following the mouse, which means that somewhere in like the cursor section, we want to have like we need to do some kind of like when I hover over something, I need the style. Everything needs to like parent itself properly is the other annoying thing. So I need to be able to detect hovers. So we're going to add like a function down here that's going to be like because the on hover thing would make it really easy to like so that the inventory size can all like shift as you move over and across different inventories. So you can have like multiple sized inventories. So we want to say something like pub detect hover slot. So it's going to be something like pointer. Event. On pointer enter. I don't remember how to do it. Move. Does it move? Fires when the pointer is moved over the target entity. No, okay. What the hell is that? This pointer. Oh, it's not. Probably not pointer. It's probably move. So drag, click, release, press, out, over. Right. Fires when the pointer crosses into the bounding box of the target entity. Pointer over. Now there is like a weird thing you can do because like on has a bundle, but I don't think it works the way I think it does, which is we're just going to say print line hover right, and then it's going to be event dot entity. So we need to go up to the top here and go app.add observer detect hover slot. So the issue is I feel like all the cursor's just going to do its own thing. Honestly, the cursor is going to do its own thing. As in, like, I kind of just have to custom program stuff for the cursor so that, like, when it enters an inventory, it does something different because, like, it is just different to everything else. Anyway, so is this printing stuff? So it is printing, is hovering all sorts of things, which is mostly the slot and also the items, right? Which means that if I go back to detecting it, if I thought you could do this, but I don't actually know how well this works. Is because it says it has to be a bundle, and the slots have not in inv, they have a render slot, rendered slot, which tells you the slot ID and the inventory that it's rendering. So my thinking being, if this worked how I thought it would work, but I don't think it does, is that it would, in theory, because I think it's actually only hitting this because it's propagating, like, which means that, like, because they're not blocking, it's propagating up They're also not children of each other. Because I'm fairly sure if these items were children of the slot that they're, you know, on top of, that it would work. So if I like picked you up, I can't put you down anyway. I should probably stop filling the entire screen. That would probably be helpful. So let's go to like UI and be like, please don't fill the entire screen anymore. I'm going to go with the assumption that maybe I can just like only fill it with tarps. Yeah, actually, just fucking stop filling it entirely. I don't know why I keep acting like I need to fill the entire thing. It was again about like tracking down exactly when things were not working properly. So we're just going to say, don't fill the fucking thing. But we are going to say maybe spawn like 30 random items though, just to make sure the inventory still feels kind of full. Because, you know, when we stop filling it with random, filling it all the way to the top with tarps, it's going to feel kind of empty. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm trying to do anymore. So you don't seem to be hovering over anything anymore, which I think is because I'm not specifically putting the observer on something. I don't know. I thought it would work like that, but apparently it doesn't. Is that like yeah, apparently this doesn't proc. I thought it would be like anything that had the extra condition, but like I'm pretty sure that this thing should have it, but it doesn't. Anyway, we gotta go base inventory, check something, check. Inventory, cursor, inventory, cursor, inventory. Base inventory, check loaded. No, you're fine in move. Alright, cursor, interaction. So if we got rid of this, if we get rid of this, it'll start working again, and then we just have to go like only check the slots, which is so annoying. The other option would be to specifically add the observer to slots. But that seems terribly inefficient. Yeah, the only other thing I can think is that they're doing like a weird propagation thing. Anyway, not you. Yeah, so I hovered. I stopped hovered. I hovered. Unclear why entity 0 is always being hovered. Like that's the window is like what 0 is, but it's kind of weird that it. I need to also make it so that like you don't get hovered. I don't know how to make it so you don't get hovered, but anyway. Also, why is there two? Why is there two? What is so 100 and that's got to be in like one of these test inventories. Has to have a child, right? 100 and 121. So it's not you, which means it's almost. All right, no, you're 122, and then 180, 185, right? 187. 22 is this inventory, and 157 is the slot. Yep. Okay. So it is, I think, propagating up as in if you hover over an item, you still hit the inventory, but you don't hit the slot. Which I mean, it works. We could turn off propagation once we find something. Anyway, detect hovered slot. So this is something that the cursor does. Now, this is gonna be a weird thing of somewhere we have like a way of configuring a inventory, right? Like a style or something. I don't remember how to do it. There's a style somewhere, I believe. at least. Detect drop. I don't remember how any of this shit works, to be honest. It's going to be in rendering style. Okay, so register default style does this stuff. So there's the styler, and the styler does fancy stuff when we say style. It effectively just checks to see if it has a style. Inventories get match self inventories get entity self get default entity self styles get handle other. Right, so that does kind of imply that it has to have an inventory style handle when we request it, which we needed to change this to be like has style. Something like that. Just to make that a little bit clearer. Because theoretically, we need to iterate through all of the ancestors as well. But only the root rendering entity should have a style, but the issue is they're not necessarily parented very well. So like we could also go like a tree maybe, and then I think it's a query. And then again, it's like W S and then static child of. Okay, right. This is the relationship. I want to say there's a way you can be like, where'd they get root from here? Born empty. No, so there's like a way you can like request the root if you have a query that's like has a relationship. I think. So the idea being that like when we come into here, when we say style, when we say self match self dot has style. Because that means you can actually style individual slots, which is a bit is ever so slightly strange. Honestly, I think the way that you go. Oh. Is there a way to do like tree self dot tree dot root ancestor? So root ancestor recursively walks up the tree defined by R until there are no more related entities, returning the root entity of the relationship hierarchy. Warning, for relationship graph that contain loops, this could loop indefinitely. If your relationship is not a tree, like Bevy's hierarchy, be sure to stop if you encounter any duplicate entities. Iter ancestors? I assume. So iterate all ancestors of a given entity as defined by the relationship. So I don't know, like I guess poke around in here and be like, okay, so ancestor iterator. I'm assuming you're the parent query and next, which is optional this. So when someone calls next, that's new. When someone calls next on you, self.next equals self parent query get self next okay unwrap get self next. So I think that should work. Because I think you can also do funky stuff of being like this requires that R Well, R is the relationship. D, the query item R. So I think you can't call this on something that doesn't have children. Maybe. So what I was trying to think is we could iterate through, and since this will iterate from the bottom up, it would find the basically the highest position that has this. So you could be like option static inventory style handle, something like that. Does iterator ancestor still work? I don't know. So we're gonna say like for in self.tree.iterancestor entity. Okay, so what is your return type? So this doesn't work. But if I turned it back into just this, I think it does work again. It's just saying that only returns entity. Okay. My question is if e equals entity, can we just so it's easier to see in the console, iteran returns first, right? So the idea being that like I'm going iterate the ancestors, because if it does actually return this as the first entity that it tries, then I can effectively just move this match statement in here and then just use the entity. If it doesn't, then I have to do this match statement, and then only if this match statement errors do which is going to be a pain in the ass. So I didn't see anything throw any errors. Oh no. Failed to spawn. No, okay, that's just failing to spawn a bunch of items, which I find very bizarre that it failed to spawn so many items. Anyway, it didn't say anything about this, anything about this, anything about this. A bunch of trace stuff. So no, that means that we have to let style equal self dot as style dot get entity. I guess mute if style dot is okay. Break. Otherwise, style equals self dot has style dot get e. Okay. Can we also like say that like we're gonna be like info. Oh, again error because it's easier to see. Error. Checking for style. at least make it spelled correctly. Checking ancestors for style. So we can do that, and then we're going to say instead of matching has style, we match, we just match style, right? Which says if it's error, means that nothing and none of the ancestors had one, so it says self.get default. Otherwise, we do the same logic we did before, get that out, or otherwise return the default. Okay. So this should at least tell me that it's going to check all the styles. It's a little bit weird that it has to do this first. Like, we have to enter the loop even if we found one. I wonder if the compiler will catch that, but okay. Did it spit out a bunch of errors? I don't think it even spit out a bunch of errors. Makes me feel like it's never actually styling anything. Also, can we make it not spit out this added inf? Okay. So you can go away. We need to, start tidying things up so it stops spitting out shit everywhere. Processing as no. Okay, so we can probably get it to not bother saying processing asset event. Oh, this one's even commented out, which is fine. So this needs to just be read, please. Read. Read message, processing, so you don't have to say that. If you get to here, can we trace inventory changed updating? Right. Then you need YD. Thank you. Inventory changed updating. So it'll tell us if only, but only if an inventory is changed, which means all these ones don't get fucking spammed out. Hovered over a bunch of stuff. So by the sounds of things, we're not actually ever touching. That's annoying. Are we just not using styled? I swear we are. Why would it not be styling anything? Can we just panic? I must know. Do you get here? I'm wondering if none of them have any ancestors because none of them have children old. That would be kind of funny. It makes some sense because we only have a style. Yeah. Okay, so it's getting here, it's just never actually doing anything. Weird. I do wonder if that's just because we only ever apply the style to a root node or something, so it never checks further. Okay. So so you just don't have any ancestors? Does it mean we just like never call that on something like update image cell scale? Don't you grab the style? What? Oh, yeah, no, you immediately check the inventory. Well, that makes sense because okay, the slot points back at the inventory. The slot does not need to point back at the inventory, but that's why it's never checking the descendants, is because it's not checking this item looking for its descendants. It's immediately going, hey, slot, jumping to its descendants. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Right. So GUI, no inspector, interactions. Yeah, yeah. So we do have this like move item, no, cursor. Yeah. So this detects hovers. So we need to go, we need to detect hovered slots, hovered inventories. I'm also curious, what the hell makes an inventory hoverable? I'm pretty sure it needs a component or something to be hoverable. There's like a way I can say, don't let you hover the like inventory that like that we're in. Anyway, wait, so which would be to say inventory styler. This shit's all becoming a fucking nested hell of things. All right, so this, and then we're going to say only if you can find a style. So let, oh damn it, the style always returns a style. I was going to use that as my detection of like, did you hover over something that's got an inventory in it? Okay. Fine. So like a slot, which could be a query for rendered slot. Right. So we have to go if what's like let okay slot equals slot dot get event dot entity. I was going to rename this to slots because I like doing that pluralization. Else, I just return. Like, so, not a slot. Right. So, you've grabbed the slot. Now, annoyingly, we have to kind of make sure that we don't. Hey, we can do is print, like. I guess slot. Doesn't. God, does this code all need fucking rewriting? Rendered slot. You can be debug, please. Okay, cool. Go here. Go here. Go. Hey, run. All right. So this is an any slot. This is an untyped slot. This is an any slot. So, well, actually, having the game open is probably the best idea. I fucking hate that they can end up behind. I should also fix that so that the actual inventories are easy to read. Okay. Test inventory node. No. Just start with the easy one, which is the cursor slot. You have something, I'm sure. There's like a... The items definitely have it. Border, computed node, inherited visibility, node none, scroll position, transform, UI global transform. Okay, so apparently the answer is none of you have it. These items in here, I don't think any of those have it. It's going to be the items in here, which for these of it, pick that up. Okay, never mind. That was a bad idea. Put that back down. It's not you. Not you, it's you. These are probably slots, which means we scroll to the bottom here and go down here. And go scroll position, rendered item, node, item node, inherited visibility, focus policy, that's past, image node, which means we know what you are, it's interesting. Background color, border color, one of these is like accessibility node, computed node, UI target camera, image node, image size node, inherited, item node, okay, rendered item, scroll position, UI. I'm sure there was something I could pass in. Maybe it's I only put it in when I picked it up. Like it was an old piece of code. It was some kind of like pickable rules. And I would wonder, like, if we went to like the tooltip must have it, right? Like the idea being you can't hover the tooltip because if you hover the tooltip, it kind of breaks the tooltip. When do I spawn the tooltip? Spawn tooltip. Focus policy pass. Okay, I don't know if I can help because it can only be block or pass. Tooltip root. Global Z index just pulls it above everything. The background color is just themed. Okay, so that doesn't do shit. Where the hell is the here? So it's something like when we picked up an item previously, like in the old version of item pickup, we would like put something on it so that it was flagged as no longer being able to be picked up. So we just have to go like when we spawn the cursor, wherever we fucking do that, spawn cursor icon. Which do we only do that when we're rendering? Good. Hover. Click picking system. Pickable. Picking message writers? Pickable. False. Oh, lowercase false, thank you. False. And is hoverable. Also false. A value of type boolean representing logical false. No, that's not okay. Should pick. Should this entity block entities below it from being picked? This is useful if you want to continue hitting entities below this one. Normally only the topmost entity under a pointer can be hovered, but this setting allows the pointer to hover multiple entities from the nearest to the farthest, stopping as soon as it hits an entity that blocks lower entities. Note that the word lower here refers to entities that have been reported as hit by any picking backend but are at a lower depth than the current one. This is different from the concept of event bubbling as it would as it works irrespective of the entity hierarchy. Okay, for example, if a pointer is over a UI element as well as a 3D mesh, backends will report hits for both of these entities. Additionally, the hits will be sorted by the camera order. So if the UI is drawn on top of the U3 mesh, above the mesh, when hovering is computed, the UI element will be checked first to see if this field is as blocking lower entities. If it does default, the hover system will stop there. Only if the entity UI element will be marked as hovered. However, if the field is set to false, both the UI element and the mesh will be marked as hovered. Entities picked, entities without the pickable component will block by default. Is hoverable. If this is set to false, if this is set to false and should be should block lower is set to true, this element will block lower elements from being interacted with at the same time with itself not emitting an event. Note that the would lower. Okay, this should mean that we no longer can hover the we can no longer hover the item that you're holding. I think I should also attach this to the tooltip, because otherwise you end up hovering the tooltip. I think the tooltip also is just a bit busted. Yeah. All right. Annoying is that this apparently is not an inheritable property. So you're annoying. When you spawn rendered inventory, where'd rendered inventory go? Rendered inventory. Node rendering. It annoys me to no end that that's no longer that it doesn't propagate. This is updating the image. No, it's gonna be here. So I want to say you can do something like has. No, just options. Option applicable. So one thing is also we could probably get away with this happening and then this happening, maybe. Anyway, so you open the inventory. Is there any reason for you to open the inventory? I don't actually know if there's any reason for you to open the inventory. You shouldn't touch any of the items, which means you should probably just read the inventory. Anyway, get to here. And we say let mute this is the thing I'm getting annoyed at, like the fact that like what not pickable E, I guess, and then we're going to say if let sum P equals pickable E dot insert dereference P. Cannot move because it's behind a shared reference. Okay, pickable to clone. Why is such a tiny type not? Okay, whatever. Oh. Same with you. We can be like let E equal let E equal, and if some pickle will E. The idea being that like if we're in a thing, I don't need to be able to pick items out of the cursor by some weird metric. You don't even need to be mutable anymore. Okay, cool. Interesting. So this should hopefully propagate that pickable down so that like the slots and the items are no longer pickable, which means that you can't hover things that are in your hand. So I can hover you, but as you can see, I can hover this slot, but I can't hover the slot that's in my hand. And when I pick something up, I can't hover the item. Well, I can't hover the item anyway, but like it doesn't give me a tooltip when I hover over it. Maybe, no, it does. Never mind. The tooltip's obviously looking for something else, which is slightly... honestly, it's probably more to do with this, which is also one of those... I feel like this needs to be changed because this is a little bit out of whack, in that like I have to maintain 2 places. Picking. That's definitely not spelled correctly, but anyway. It should only be the new ones that need it, because again, all the others should already have the correct thing. Because we despawn and respawn them, we don't shift them. We don't, like, we never move one from another, which means that like you just say like let mute e equals, and then if let sum e equals no, p equals picking e dot insert p dot clone. Okay, that works. And then the issue is that this is this items, but then slots, and it's the same thing as like yeah, something tells me that I should probably be delegating this away to like the specific, like this is what the slot ID does. Anyway, we can work on that later. Let e equal, let mute e equal. Annoyingly, there's no way, at least not that I'm aware of, to make it so that you can like just pass an optional thing in here. It just doesn't work like that, which is annoying. Anyway, okay. So when I pick up, let's pick up something like reasonably large. As you can see, I can no longer hover over it to get tooltip to show up. And put it back down, tooltip shows up. Honestly, I feel like I should get rid of that slight delay on the tooltip because it's actually it's ever so slightly annoying. Now, one of the things also is when we pick up an item, we should probably call close tooltip. I feel like the tooltip should probably keep a little bit more state or something. Not entirely sure, because the issue that's happening at the moment, first off, it appears where you hover, which I guess isn't really a problem. The tooltip definitely needs to be passed, because I think that's what's happening there, is that because I'm hovering the tooltip. Yeah, okay. The tooltip 100% needs to not be hoverable. Blocking lower might be okay with the tooltip, but it definitely itself cannot be hoverable, because I think that's just triggering it to you know, tooltip itself away. So spawn tooltip, show tooltip, no, setup. Yeah. Pickable. Should block lower, false. And hoverable. Is hoverable, false. Right. This should result in you being able to like continue moving around on the tooltip without. The other option would be to make the tool should block lower should be true, actually. Because I think it's only when it starts hovering does it detect a new tooltip thing. So should block lower would mean that you can actually move on the tooltip without the tooltip going away. Because if it doesn't block lower, so we do this, and then we move onto the tooltip. I guess we've got to come in over here. So all right, yeah. So if we make it not hoverable, because the issue is that somehow it's like re-hovering lower. Which is that you should block lower, true. Because I think what's happening is it's as we move, we are re-hovering the things below it. So should block lower should mean that the tooltip blocks you from the things. It itself doesn't trigger a hover. Detect item hover. No. So it's doing it again, where we must be like on exit or something. Show tooltip. Honestly, how's the game handle it? It just appears when you hover over it. I think part of it is, one, it's not directly under the cursor. And honestly, that might just be it. It's the same thing, where the tooltip is effectively just a certain distance from the cursor. I don't know how I feel about that one, but I guess we're just kind of trying to copy them. So, show item tooltip, detect item hover. So I guess the big thing is, it's like when we, is it show item tooltip is doing it? Well, the other thing is that, how do you do it? You add space, tooltip add space. You. How does this thing even? Right. Plus, like, so like 50. Because again, not being directly under the cursor would probably help. That's it. When you open a tooltip, it teleports to where the cursor was. So it's got something to do with the add space. So annoying. Like, all of the sub things of the thing get to hover. I am curious if I could maybe spawn in a invisible maximum size, like -1z index square on top of the tooltip. So like when you spawn the root in, so when we say close, display equals none. When we say clear, we despawn the children, which is the bit that's annoying. Because what I want to do is I want to like have a effectively like an entity on top that's the same size, like 100% the parent, that is invisible, that like effectively blocks you from hovering the things underneath. Otherwise, everything needs to be not hoverable. It's so weird that it doesn't propagate that down. You make the root object not hoverable, then like its children should also probably not be hoverable. Anyway. Doesn't really matter. I think one key thing to do would probably be to not make it. Well, I guess to copy the game, if it just disappeared as soon as you detects hover exit, icon contains mouse.entity. Right, close. Like that's kind of how it works. I guess what you'd want to do is to do the same thing as the thing where like I feel like that's too far away, but the tooltip would effectively I mean, technically the tooltip doesn't detect hovering, not tooltip. Oh, it does detect that. Okay. That's what's happening. When you hover off of the item, it detects you leaving the item, but it doesn't detect you entering a new item. I'm thinking maybe we can calculate like that lower corner and put the tooltip always just like at the lower corner. But also, do I care? I mean, it kind of makes sense. So, like when we call open, well, let's do this. So when we open, we Hmm. Open. See, open's the one that does the gets the position and sets the position. So I'm gonna say like maybe just like even just 10 pixels. It's just a little bit too far. 10 pixels. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, feel like the tooltip, maybe just having the tooltip follow the cursor would be, might just feel better, to be honest. I don't know. This one doesn't actually feel very bad. The fact that it appears immediately, part of what's annoying about mine is like I've intentionally hard coded like a 1/10 of a second delay. Hmm. I guess the tooltip at this point is just for debugging purposes, and I honestly do not care. So we can hover over this all the time. So when we hover over this, so we need to effectively go cursor. This is a detect hover slot, so technically this would be rendering related. So visuals, please and thank you. So this is going to be config feature equals rendering. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna go detect hover slot. So the idea being that visuals, we're gonna go pub. I guess we go use super, and then also pub method plugin mute app. Okay, so we do that. Then we go back up to here and go mouse interaction. So take this and go app dot add plugin visuals plugin. Then we go to the visuals and we can paste this in, and then we go up a layer and take this and paste that down there. The idea being that putting all the visual stuff in here means that we can like disable it with that one flag rather than having to do everything. So detect slot is another visual thing where we're only going to be doing this if we've got rendering turned on, because there's no point doing this if it's not. Like app.add observer detect hover slot. Really, it should be detect hover inventory, but anyway. So we get the slot. Actually, not even then. We could theoretically detect a rendered inventory and then do that. But anyway, so we get the slot, and then we say let style equal style dot style slot dot inventory. Right. So this gets to tell inventory style. And so this is for the cursor. Like it sets the cursor's inventory thing. So wait, no, inventory cursor. Jesus, that bird is loud. Right, so this goes in inventory manager. Okay, so it's like style. We have the style. I think we want to grab the old equals style dot style. Okay. So let's go. You're new. That's what you are. You're called new. Right. So then we have old, and it's style dot. And we want to go cursor dot entity. Right. And then we say if old equals new, return. So if the style for the cursor is the same as the style for the old thing. Otherwise, we're going to say should set new style. Okay, so apparently the inventory style, whatever that is, doesn't have a like equals. Interesting. I don't know if I want to compare them directly. I was just going to compare the handles. Can I just do that instead, please? Feel like handle. This returns in. This returns to asset. To inventory style. Could even just return an asset ID. Anyway, we want to effectively do the same thing that we're doing here. If anything, we want to do exactly the same thing we're doing here, which is as style. Except this one we don't have to like actually check to see if it exists, do we? Oh no, we kind of do. So you have to go through all of them until you find a break, and then you say here, and then you say handle default, and same here, and you say handle default. This one doesn't need to check to see if the handle's loaded. You just get the handle. But it does need to work up the tree. The idea being that the only time you get the fallback is if the default wasn't loaded, and at this point it's like, well, you've already told me that you're getting the default, so hey, welcome back. I remember your icon from yesterday. Doing so. The style thing has a way of saying style handle, and then we can be like pub. Get style, and then returns a reference to an inventory style. Yeah, inventory style, like so. And then I think the way that this is going to work is we're just going to say, okay, so it takes in self and a style, which is an import into asset ID inventory style. Right, and then the thinking would be to do this, which is style. Right, and then can't. Okay. Fine. Style handle not falling back to default. No, I guess self.get default. Okay. So, because what this should in theory let me do is simplify this to when I request a style, I can say that's guaranteed to return a handle. So you can say self.get style, self.style handle, and then pass the entity in, and then feel like inline. Now, why are you complaining? Because the trait bound need to be a reference to that. So the reason for doing that is because when you call style, you're going, hey, I want this. When you call get style, you're effectively doing the same thing, but saying I already have the handle, but load me the default one if it doesn't exist. And then this one is style handle is just like get me the handle. So this one that would then be, instead of saying style, we want to say style handle. And same with you, style handle. And we say, hey, if old equals new, return, otherwise should set new style slot. Okay, so this should let me not have to restyle it if, like, effectively you have one style set and you're kind of moving around. Like, it's only going to be for like situations where you have multiple styled inventories around. Because effectively, like, when you scale the inventory up, you want to have the mouse, when it moves over, like a larger slot to scale the image up. So should set new style. Yeah. Okay, cool. But it shouldn't do it over here because this one's the same style, which is the default style. So only when it's over here does it do it. Okay, so if you get to here, we want to say probably something like cursor.set style, which would then be new. Right. And then we just need to go to our inventory cursor and implement a new function. And be like pub new, that set style, which is going to take in self. I guess it needs to be mute self, doesn't it? And then we say self.commands.entity self.entity dot insert inventory style handle, and then the inventory style insert handle to an inventory stuff. That, and then say style. Cool. All right, so we say set style, and then you just insert this into your root, which would then somewhere have some code that would then apply the style. We don't have cursor as mutable apparently, so let's say mute cursor. That, and then you'll set your style like so. Okay, so if old doesn't equal new, and then you set style, and then you insert the new one, which should in theory mean that, like, when I hover over it, it's going to say set it. Oh, it's not going to say anything actually. I don't have it printing at the moment. Info set style to new. Alright, let's cancel this because there's no point running if we're not going to print something. Can we debug that, please? I can't do it like that. Okay. Do it like that though. Run that. Alright, so we're going to say set style new. just so like in theory, like as I go back and forth between the two, it should say it. But if I go off and back onto the same one, it shouldn't. So the idea being that like when I exit and enter, it should be all the same, I think. Right. So you set the new, but then nothing's happening. But if I go over this one, it sets the default, and then it sets the new, and then it sets the default, and then it sets the new. Right. Cool. Which is to say that one of them styled and one of them isn't. Cool. So that sets it, and then I guess next is to do some kind of like weird logic for if something changes. Theoretically, you could change the style as well, which would trigger whatever this logic I'm about to run is, which is kind of weird. So that would be under rendering, probably under style, maybe. So this will just register default style. What is in charge of actually setting the style? I think the style doesn't want to care which is which. So it's more like that the like inventory node. I think the node renderer would then have so this says spawn inventory node, update inventory node. There is like a weird like asset changed as well that you can do. FN style inven. Sorry, style inventory node, which would be styles, which is inventory styler. There was like a weird thing you could do. So it would be like changed. I don't remember how to do this. Like node populated. I want to say it's like node, and then asset changed. Okay, so filter that selects entities with an A for an asset that changed after the system last ran, where A is a component that implements as asset ID. Okay. Unlike change, this is true whenever the asset from A changed. For example, when mesh changed through the getMute method, asset change will iterate over all entities that have with the mesh handle for that mesh. Meanwhile, changed handle ID that mesh will iterate over no entity. Yes, okay. Swapping the actual A component in is a common pattern. So you should check both the changed. Right. So like all changed. What was it? It was like inventory style handle or inventory style handle. Okay. Then we need to like wrap this like this, I believe. And then it's going to yell at me because this doesn't implement the right type, but that's fine. We'll implement it ourselves. So this is styles and then change, which is like all the nodes whose thing changed, because we can use this to get access to the actual thing. Because I think changed also hits added. So, I mean, this should work really well, hopefully. So first off, we have to go to here and implement the correct thing. So we have to import as asset ID for inventory style handle, which means if we actually modify the underlying asset, it does it as well. So it's just self.id. Well, self asset, okay. Type asset equals inventory style. Right. Okay. So fn as asset ID self asset ID self asset self ID. Okay. That should work, I believe. So type asset inventory style handle as asset ID. Yeah. So that just like lets me detect that like you actually change the underlying asset. It's a cool little thing. It doesn't work with everything. Last time I checked, because like things like it worked with like sprites but not UI elements, and the idea being that like you could detect when the underlying image was changed, not just when the when they changed what the image was. So changed detects modification, whereas this detects editing the actual underlying asset. So kind of cool. Both of which would need the styling to be reapplied. So we're gonna say like for, I just like node in changed. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I can just say, yeah, and then we say like node dot we need the entity as well, because the entity lets us get like what was entity. Now theoretically, this guarantees some kind of weird thing. Annoyingly, this is going to be one of those we have to go from you down your children, maybe. Because theoretically you could style just a slot, but yeah, weird. Okay, anyway. So this is entity and node. Right. And you need mutable node. So then we go here and we say like fucking yeah. Let style equals styles dot style entity. Right. So this gets us our root styling. We could also like do an or added, and then this would be where you actually do the thing where like instead of applying it here, this no longer would need the style, because you could just say because here we apply the style because we can effectively. So node grid auto columns. Okay, that's concerning because the auto columns implies a I don't know if changing that after the fact will actually affect anything, but we're going to say node dot grid auto columns equals grid auto flow, no, grid track pixels style dot cell size dot x, and then rows is y, and then I don't think I can look at this in the reflect thing. Maybe I can. Let me do this and we go, can you come up here and be like, This is the inventory node thing. So this updates, this spawns them in pre-update. And you can style them after. So, because I could also do, yeah, like as I said, I could do, instead of, well, we could do like an added spawn inventory node, what is it, the render inventory. Or added inventory node, and then apply the styling then, which would imply some weird stuff. Anyway, we have node, and we have to set the node's width to size.x minus size.y. My annoyance with this is that you end up with this, we need to know what its size was, and that's a pain. Yeah, that's a real pain. I wonder if I don't set this, is it going to work? I honestly don't actually think this is important. This is just me messing with something. It probably doesn't matter, because anything that like extends outside of this will auto overflow anyway. My concern is because this is saying that like what it will automatically do if it goes beyond this makes me go, it's probably going to spawn them in at a certain size, and I'm gonna have to like clear them out and redo them. But maybe not. Maybe that's you can specify individual rows and tracks and columns and things. So the idea is that you hit here. It should have resized the thing. So I guess I need to go down here and say, can you like print out when you're doing it, like info? Oh, this is also only applying to the thing that got it, which means its children don't get it. Okay, that's fine. Wait. So new style 2 entity, something like that. Right. That should work, maybe. So applying new style to 81. First off, why was 21? Okay, that's fine. 81, 81, 1. 81's just, that's this one. Now, the question becomes, why is it not getting bigger? My assumption is because I'm restyling only the actual outermost thing, which means that the, well, the slot should still be the right size. I bet I'm setting the slots to a pixel amount, not a percentage. So, cursor slot. Your one child, its node, and I bet its size is pixels. Yep, okay. I'm curious, because the parent is grid, if I said you were actually 100, well, that's 100 pixels, sorry, percent. Okay, so if I set it to percent, it should be correct, which means that it's just up here when we spawn it in, and theoretically when we update it as well. Its size, which is the node, spawn the node, its width is percent, because it's the parent gets to decide like the size of the children, so it's percent times 100, which means that you actually don't take this cell size. The position is taken that way, but your size just ends up being oh, yeah, that's interesting. Interesting point, isn't it? So there's a size. Oh. I actually don't know if I need to. Again, I don't know how important this is. I'm going to say this is a size. We're like let size equal shape dot bounds dot size times by 100 dot as no, not dot as vec2, right, which gives us our true size, which is size.x, and then we don't have to give it multiplication down here. We just say size.x times.y, which is percentage, okay, which should make them then work when the new styling comes in. Now the stretch value is something that I do need to recalculate, I believe. Now, theoretically, because they look up at their thing means we can look down at them. Nope, it didn't. Oh, fucking goddamn Windows Defender. Like Windows wants me to get a virus because they're making Defender so shit and I want to turn it off. Okay, so hey, so when I hover over you, it's a 1x1 cell. When I hover over you, it's a 3x3 cell. Mostly because it becomes the same size as that one, but it doesn't readjust the stretch, which is kind of annoying. But that is pretty easy. I'm not sure why this got bigger. Oh, because I bet I'm setting the fucking size as a percentage, and it's hundreds of percent. So wait, are they? Yeah. Okay. So it's more that one's probably also doing the same thing. So it's probably not supposed to be percent like that. Actually, that's interesting. I was giving it an absolute size, which implies that I should actually be setting you as current. Because I was setting it as absolute pixels. My issue with you is that you seem to be like many, and now I can't reach the shit behind you, many orders of magnitude too large. But why are you doing it? Because your percent, because you're not grid, maybe? If I gave you a grid position, would you use the grid size? Wait, no, you do have a grid position. First up, what have I just said? Pixels? It's gonna still be really, really wide, but it's still very, 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 very wide. Is something else overriding? I can't imagine it's you doing it. It still makes you hundreds of pixels. What if I just made you like just 300 pixels? It doesn't really make sense, but see, because setting your pixels to being style times size as vec2, because as we can see with the other one, setting it to 100%, Oh, I bet it's because I've set your span to being something like that. Huh. Also, that appears to set everything. Oh, yeah, because you, of course, you. So, my assumption is it's supposed to be 100%. Well, no, because that wouldn't make any sense. That being 300 pixels is kind of funny, but so all I'm setting you to is size, and since you're 1 by 1, your bounds are 1 by 1, you're 100%, and then you're 1. So why does setting you, which is like 50 wide, make you 5,000%, which should only make you only so many pixels? Why? Like, so we pop this open. We go. It's kind of a bit weird that all this stuff like this. Anyway, so no, I think it's this inventory. What is your fucking size? So you're a grid. You're pop 50 in by 50. Your width is 300 pixels by 500 pixels. Okay, fair enough. Right, which I assume your computed size is the same then. Computed node size is 400 by 750. That must account for the scaling factor. Okay, but 400 by 750 is fine. That's like about what I would expect it to be. Now, YDAR's node here, your size, your Y is 5,000%, which is 50 times the height. But you should be 50 times 10 because it should be 10. Your computed size, or is computed node, why are you 37? You should only be about 500. Well, no, 750. Okay, what was your computed size? 750. I'm assuming if I do 750 times 50, that's what I'm going to get. 750 times 50. Yeah, okay. So, got 50 times the parent, which is stupid. Anyway, the parent... you. Your grid bullshit, I don't think I can see. Column gap, row gap, no wrap. Yeah. Min size function, max size function, min size function, max size function. So it's got to be like everything else is fucking working. You are relative. You, my friend, use like absolute or something, don't you? No. Wait, what? You are the one that's fucked. So why are you relative? I don't think it makes a difference, but one would assume that you're supposed to be using the flex. If I said you were 100%, then you use up your entire parent, which is not how that's supposed to work. Unless because your span is 100% of the parent. And I can't change that at runtime. You're at position 1, maybe it's because your span is... No, because that would imply everything, like all the items would be at 100% because their spans are set to the correct. So if I go to an item, and I go to its fucking node and go its size, 200%. 100%. Relative, box. Padded box. Why then do you get to be special? Where are you drawing your fucking size from? That makes you be able to be special. Like, everything else at 200%. I don't know what this item is. 500%? 5,000? Something got really big. Oh, it's behind fucking... Okay. It's like a battery or something behind over there. Let's move that from one inventory to the other. Same inventory though. All right. I don't understand why they follow the grid size, but the fucking other one doesn't. I don't know what I've done. I'm gonna leave. Why? Why? They're not children of you. They're also children of this. So why do you get to be special, weirdo? That's what I don't understand. Why does this? What makes this different? So I guess the only thing to look at is, so you get a width and a height and a grid. So when I spawn an item in, outside of setting your width and height, they don't get a width and a height, but surely it's set somewhere else. They just get a, oh, they don't get a span? No, I'm sure I set the span somewhere else as well. So that's how we spawn items in. And then we go to item node and go, what the fuck do we do with an item node? We update its image, which we set its width, but size times 100 and size times 100. We set the span. We set the rotation and the transform and the everything else. So why are you using, do you have like flex grow or something on? Like, what is special about you? I actually do not understand why it is different to everything else. It doesn't have grow on, doesn't have shrink on. It's the exact same. Well, exact same is probably a bit of a stretch. Child of entity, z index is -1. I can't imagine the z index is fucking doing it. The render slot's almost certainly not doing it. It could be that the other ones have their span done after. But again, it also doesn't actually matter. So, I guess what we do is we comment this out and we comment this out, and then we say grid row is grid placement set start. Well, no, not set start. Start, and then that's shape dot offset dot y +1 as I16 +1, and then do the same thing again, but it's grid column and it's x. So it could be that because I'm setting its span to fill the entire thing, it's actually calculating the span when it drops it in. But the others get their span set. It's just not set when they're spawned, which doesn't make sense to me, like, unless it's doing something somewhere. Maybe I'm never actually setting their span. I'm just calling set span, because that's a thing that happens sometimes. Is you go, hey, set span. Yeah, consume self and return self. That's hilarious. Okay. So I suspect that's what's going on. So presumably, if I just said 100%, where was that? That's like, yeah, let me spawn it in. If I just said, do this and just set it to 100%. Right. 100%, 100%, because we're actually setting the span. The other ones we're not setting this, we're calling set span, which consumes itself, which means it takes the value that existed and returns an updated value. It doesn't apply that value. Anyway, if they are 100%, 100%, because of their span, they should be the right size now. Weird. Okay. Okay. So I don't know how the stretch. We have to like recalculate the stretch, which is something we have to actively do. But anyway, which means we don't need your size apparently. We just need the bounding box size. Wait a second. We do. We just say size. Size.y and size.x. Right. Interesting. So that implies that we could do the same thing with items. I don't entirely know why we don't. I assume it's because it was fucking with my ability to size them properly. But like, if we're just using, I guess it's because we don't know the size, which means that basically if we just stop multiplying by 100, if we just say 100%, 100%, and then it's just node.grid column equals node.grid row equals. I'm assuming, is there like a better way of doing this? So these consume self, clone, get. Yeah, so there's no way to not. The set span actually like try into grid span. Invalid. I don't know why it expects here. This is dumb because this means it can crash. It should just gracefully default to 1. Fails on 0 and returns an invalid 0 span error. None if it is not set. Okay, so this got very big for some reason. I don't know how it broke it again. Let me guess. You're hitting render items image. No. All the items look correct, which is why did the fucking thing break again? Something's got to be like. If I open you up and your percentage is greater than 100, then that implies that something was setting something overwrote your percentage, which is kind of funny but also annoying. What is it? It's node. Go your percentage. Yeah, 900 by 15. Wait. Well, now it went back to normal. The fuck happened? Okay. Honestly, I feel like we need your size somehow. How did we get your size? We have your shape somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So it's like let size equal shape dot size. Shape dot size? Ew. How do we get the size up here? Is it bound dot size? Bound dot size. That feels like the worst way of calculating anyway. Shape. No, it's size. Dot x as u16, and then this one would be size dot y is u16. No, start span. Except I think your y and your x. No. So that should see to the right size, which means that effectively we can come in here and say that none of this matters. which means we only need to do the rotation bullshit in here. Well, I mean, technically, we might need to do something about images, possibly. I also feel like this is redundant because we're updating the transform and then applying the rotation, the new rotation, which is like it should have already been doing that, but anyway. So something's going horribly wrong with when it's getting stuck in, which is fine, I guess. You're also a very fat water bottle. Wait a second, did that just like fix all of my sprite issues that I was having? Maybe. No, because something's rotating something somewhere. So you doing X and you doing Y. Row. Maybe it's X and Y. So it starts at X and goes for Y. Is that what I've done up here? It's done. No, up here I start at Y and go for Y. That could just imply that everything's wrong, but I think it's actually because everything's rotated. We should also go back to like adding random rotations in here. So there's degree to 0, orientation degree 90. Yeah, so when something's upside down, it's it. Okay, so something's wrong there. So now it will pick from all possible rotations. So what's going on there is almost certainly that we are and or were with the piece of code that was removed from here. Where's that? That's like rendering, render node. Yeah. So size.x times 100 size.y. Where were you getting size from? Item bounds dot size was size.100. I bet it was getting the fucking size here. This size. This is the image. God damn it. Because it's okay. So we need the unrotated size. So if I just call dot size on you, can you give me the unrotated size then? Well, it'd be more like layout.size. Yeah, and that returned that, which okay. So then we go back to Y and X. So because we stopped caring about what so before we were like, hey, if you specified a sprite, use that sprite, which means that when we were now rotating it, we were effectively yeah. So if you rotated it at like 90 degrees, is the wrong aspect ratio. Okay. I think everything is back to being rendered properly, except obviously whatever the fuck's happening here. But that's obviously got something to do with 100%, 100% Y and X. Something is setting something like a multiple somewhere, and it's doing something. Okay, no, the one that's really obvious is you, because you tell me like basically effectively what it is, because it should be 100%, and like whatever percentage is here is going to be just like really obviously the wrong percent. You said pixels 10. Excuse me? You reckon that that is 10 pixels? Wait a second. No, your pixel's 10. The node underneath you, oh, and it all snapped back. As soon as I picked up something, it all snapped back. That's so weird. Okay. something's multiplying something somewhere. You have to be careful not to click on an item because as soon as I do, it'll pick it up. And apparently that fixes it. So we go here. We go, okay, what the fuck is your size? Not your image node. Node. Yeah. 100%. 100%. What the fuck? What has set your grid size, maybe? Something's wrong. Border radius. Where's the fucking... Well, you have no... Oh, that makes sense that you have none. Wait, no, this is the thing. So you reckon you're 100% the size of whatever your parent happens to be. Okay. And then inside of your node, you reckon that you yourself are only 10 pixels by 10 pixels. But you have a... No, you're only 10 pixels by 10 pixels. What the hell is your problem? It just needs to be redrawn because something's computing it at a very big size. Its size is 15 by 15, but its content size is 100 times its size. Okay. The fuck is your problem then? Why are you 100 times the size of your parent? Is your scale wrong? I mean, that could definitely be the case. UI transform. Oh, it's not you. So interestingly, like scaling, it's almost certainly the correct way of changing the grid size. Anyway. So it's not this doing it, which means it has to be something in here. My suspicion is that I am passing in the wrong size. Because you reckon you're only 100%, which means you're filling the entire space, which means that the reason that you're actually thinking this size is probably the wrong size. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That would explain that one. Don't multiply the size by 100. Honestly. Wait, what? Just don't even... I don't know if that's even correct. I feel like I want to say it's like dot layout dot size. Right, because that would give us the size. Yeah, so it's making it like 100 times too big because this is in units, not like grid cells, not absolute value. Which is why the items didn't care. So the interesting thing about this is we can correct the scaling with the thing. I mean, Bob. And so I mean it's back to working. We can no, we can't exactly pick up an item. But I think that's got more to do with when it's being redrawn. Is it being squished into this? Like what the fuck is going on? Why are you like this? When I pick up this, it gets squished. I think is it getting a style applied to it? My suspicion is it's becoming one by one, maybe. Wait a second, when you drop an item. Something tells me when you drop an item, you just like insert it or something. Oh, first of all, I gotta work out why when I pick it up, does it fuck it up? When I pick you up, you get like smushed. But why? Why do you get smushed? And now you're even more smushed because I went over you. So you're still like respecting the scaling. Yep. Not really. Anyway. Now I have to track down. I guess it's going to be in here, isn't it? Cursor slot. You. What the hell is your problem? I feel like you're being made one by one. Which is interesting. Node. Do we have the span information about you? So your size. Well, apparently your width and height got set to auto. Well, they just never got set, which is fine. Because apparently, yeah, you're 100% by 100%. Which makes me think that you are somehow not getting set. You're getting set to 1 by 1. It's interesting. When I put you back down, I must just stick it back. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is when I pick it up, I'm probably doing something with it that's making it 1 by 1. So we have to go to like interaction, cursor, mouse. So no, detect pickup is fine. It's pickup. When we say pick up an item, try pick up an item. We go, hey, if cursor's in and we get the item. I don't even know why we get the item. And then we just go original. And we go like, hey, find the item. Read the inventory. Get the shape. And then we say our origin is where you found it. And then we say, hey, hold the origin. So when I do hold, I say origin equals self inventory origin. It exists. So this inserts the item with a shape. Am I... Okay, I need to like trace. Pick up item. And then it needs to be like origin. Because that should give us the shape. Right. So apparently it doesn't implement debug either. Okay. Origin. Is it a shape then? Right. Picking up item. So this should at least track it down, because if it doesn't say picking up item, then obviously we're having the same issue. Is picking it up with the cell type and it's inserting item. My curiosity is like, is it doing something with it? We do print error moving item. We move an item, which is kind of funny for me for some reason. So when I pick you up, it says error entity was removed from the inventory, but it should have been removed. But it should have been removed with the inventory. Right. What? Oh, whatever. Okay, whatever. So picking up shape 0, 0, 90 degrees, rect to picked up entity 90. Right. And it became very small. Now put it back down. So when I drop it, so we're definitely going up the picked up path, which makes me wonder if maybe it's just getting smushed because something's wrong with this thing. No, because it should still know it's like how does it know what shape to make it, honestly? So when we spawn the new item, I think it's probably the update code. The update code's broken, and that's why it's only when we pick something up. So when it spawns in, it's working, but the update code's broken. So rendering, node rendering, right. So the spawn code is working correctly. The update code is not, which would explain why it's only when so you are val %100. Actually, just don't set it. Leave it at auto. Shape. That's probably what's doing it. Do I even need this size? Not really. Shape. Let's just redo this to being G size. I don't know what that even is supposed to mean, but anyway, size is shape dot layout dot size, and then this is size dot y, and then this is size dot x. Okay. Yep. Then this does all the picking stuff as well. Okay, that's fine. Right. So this updates the slot, which again, do not care about the size. This is G size, and then let size equal shape dot layout dot size. This is why you don't have to look at code everywhere, because there's too many different ways like that I do the same thing, which means that like when I change it in one place, it breaks it in fucking half a dozen different places. But we are slowly whittling it down. So I think this is probably doing the same thing, which is start and span, and you are also start and span, and then your shape is getting the shape, and then we say let size equal shape dot layout dot size, right? And then that's size dot x as size dot y as u16, and size dot x as u16. So that should fix it, because it won't have the broken span now. So I think that's probably what was happening, is that when we added a new item, like when a modification was made to an inventory, the item that got spawned from that modification was scuffed. Which effectively does tell me that I probably shouldn't be doing all this stuff like this. I should just be spawning in the item, despawning the item. Anyway, now if I pick it up, it still works. I can put it back down, it still works. The issue is that it does teleport to the corner, which, I mean, is fine, I guess. Theoretically, I actually know where on the item I clicked, and therefore I can insert it with that offset. That's good to know. That should keep... It won't keep a perfect offset, but it will keep the offset correct, I guess. We're going to work out part of the drop-in code as well, but we'll work that out later. So... Yeah, this I feel like I shouldn't be doing like all the setting up here. I should just be saying maybe like redo this node, or like get changed, or reinserting this slot node, because then yeah, there's a lot of dumb logic I'm doing here. Anyway, I'm just doing too much repetitive stuff. Anyway. So you do that. Now, the issue is partly that when I'm over here, it's a one cell. When I'm over here, it's a bigger. Ironically, it shouldn't really actually be changing, but I want it so that when I pick up an item, I keep the correct location. So to do that, I did think of a really good way of doing that. All right, let's commit actually some of this and say fixed rendering issue. Fix some render issues. This code is getting worse and worse. Okay. So fn handle name cursor try pickup. So this does try pickup, right? So cursor. Oh, so this calls pickup item. Okay. So you happen to know where the offset is. So I think we need to turn this into item, which is entity, and offset, which is an IVEC2. So the only thing I'm thinking of the entity and the offset is that theoretically, I should know, because of where the mouse clicked, the position effectively of like where I picked it up from. A little bit weird that I do all this stuff. I don't even use this, so I'm. If cursor is not empty, well, there's a different way you can do that. You can say like dot contains, so we can basically check that it's an item. But this should catch that anyway. Oh, I know this is saying it's not in an inventory, so if theoretically you could pick up an item, pick up event for and received entity that's not an item. Okay. So we're giving you an offset, and there's one place where we call this, and that's detect pickup. So when I clicked, this should have the click position, I believe. Clicked item entity with item. So we would say something like click dot button pointer hit. I just like position. Pointer location. Because I believe that the pointer location. So we would say pickup item is item render item, and offset is IVEC to 0. Right. So this should make literally 0 difference to any of the logic. It's cool. All right. I just want to know that like the point location is correct. So we do actually want to go tweak the cursor when we say try pickup. You call this and we say here and we say origin. So you need the origin because you need to. Okay. And then I don't know why I call it 2. All right. Offset, which is then an IVEC2, right? Which then means that when we say, hey, can you insert the item, we set the shape here to offset. Right. Cool. It shouldn't, again, it shouldn't make any difference whatsoever in as much as when I picked it up, like we haven't changed the offset. I just want it to print out what the offset is at the moment. And then annoyingly, we have to find out like the item's shape, maybe somehow. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, isn't it? All right. So when I click you, it should say something about after processing item, error entity was removed from inventory. Opening inventory assets. Okay. Picked up shape, which clicked on item with clicked on entity with item 120 location. Target window ref normalized position. Okay, I don't like that because that means that is actually the absolute position. How the hell did I do the tech drop? Doesn't this so pointer click? Oh, you haven't click hit position. Pause to truncate. Wait. You're a click too. This pointer location. Click hit dot position, which is then going to be relative. Okay. So we need to say that pos equal pos dot no, pos equals let's sum pos equal click dot click dot position else commands dot trigger pick up item item dot item offset back to 0. Right. Return. Should we put like a comment here that says like if click does not have a pos, just return offset 0. 0. Okay. So now we have the position, which is then we say let pos equal pos dot truncate plus vec to splat 0.5. Right, because center is 0 plus or minus 0.5. I think that's how that works. A little strange, but anyway, yeah, we then have to get the item out of the inventory. No, yes, damn. You have to do all this bullshit. Okay. All right. Anyway, so icons get right. So we have the clicked thing that was clicked on. Else. So this is the item. I mean, we have the rendered item. So we don't need to go into the inventory. No, we do. Because the inventory has the fucking thing. Okay, so we need the inventory manager. Manager inventory manager. This is terrible code. Let okay inventory. Okay, so that would be manager dot find item, and that's render item dot item. Okay, so you return some, so some inventory ID, and well, you know, and I guess it's if, isn't it? If let some inventory manager and yeah, okay. So do this. Else. Did I just bring E in? God damn it. Right. So if click does not have a position, just returns it. If item is not in an inventory, just return offset 0. Brain. Okay, so I feel like all this should just be done inside of one fucking thing. Anyway, so inventory, cursor manager, add read inventory. So it's like it's manager, read inventory. Some failed to open inventory. Yeah, I feel like this should all be done inside of a single function that can just return offset instead of them just. Anyway. So it's let some inventory manage it read. So now we've got the inventory, and then we go hey shape, and it says inventory get shape. What? I get slot. What the fuck are you doing? Inventory. Inventory dot get shape or whatever the item is, render item dot item, else one fail to find item in. See, the thing is, like, I feel like these should probably be like panicking or something because they imply a much bigger issue. That primarily being that somehow you managed to get out of the inventory. Like you searched for the inventory, but found the item, and then failed to open the inventory, and then failed to get the item out of the inventory, which implies that something was broken the whole time. Anyway, that clicked is size dot bounds dot size. Well, here's an interesting thing. Is when we rotate it, does it still keep the correct, like top left is top left? Anyway, so we're going to say, I guess clicked. I guess we could just print that now. I guess we can also just return clicked, but I'm going to turn off the picking up logic entirely. So the idea is that if we pick up the item, it's because something went wrong. I just want to make sure that when I click the top left corner of an item, it says 0, 0 or something like that. The idea being that, like, when I rotate it, I have a feeling it's going to do some funky, like, issues, to be honest. I imported fucking E. I don't know why. My brain just says, like, when it's rotated, the 0, 0, because of the transform, is going to not actually be in the right location. But then again, who knows? Basically, just needs to be that when I click on a normal item, which, yeah, so this is normal. When I click you, here, you should say 0, 0, and you should say 0, 3. Good, good. When I click on you, so you're rotated 90 degrees, which means that you're actually... No, you're rotated like at 270 degrees. So this is 1, 1. This is 0, 0. And this is apparently 0, 1. There's 0, 0. Makes sense. And that's 1, 1. Whereas you, that's 1, 1. Okay. So 1, 0. Wait a second, what? Excuse me, but please explain. What do you fucking mean? How are they all 0, 0? I'm obviously multiplying something by the wrong number. I think it works with square things, but not. Even 0, 0. Because if I click in the middle of you, 1, 1, you're 0, 0. How is this in things entire length? Well, that made sense. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. But you don't make sense because you're 0, 0. Yeah, that doesn't that doesn't track. Something tells me that it's when it's been rotated. So we're doing like the bounds or something. So I kind of would like to know, I guess, where I'm clicking. So we need to say like pos. My suspicion here is that when I say size, bounds, size, as like we're fucking up because we should be using like the original layout size. For no other reason than because when you rotate it 90 degrees, I suspect that clicking the top left corner is still the top left corner, even when you've rotated it, now it's not bottom right corner. Which somewhat works. So if I click here, we're basically clicking 0, 0. And when I click over here, we're clicking at like 1, 1. But this one's on its side. So when we click here, we're clicking at 0, 1. Honestly, okay. Yeah, no, we need the original bounce, I think. It's a little hard to tell. So this is on its side. So you're at 0, 0. But you actually returned 1. So this is the bottom. So that should have actually returned 4. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Since it's 4 wide, this is 0, 0. Yeah, because it means like clicking right at the bottom, you get 3. And clicking right at the top, you get 0. Because this is still, this corner here is still 1, 1. Right, no, it's this corner. This corner's 1, 1. Which means because the rotation doesn't change the orientation, we need to actually say that this is dot layout size. We have to take the original XY because that's actually what the shape we're clicking on corresponds to, which is I mean, makes sense, but also doesn't make sense. It's like, where on this picture did I click? Because I rotated the picture 90 degrees. It's like, well, I'm still clicking at the same spot in the picture, which I guess, yeah, it does check out. It just feels wrong. So the idea is that if I click at the bottom of this torch, this is 0, 0, 0, 0, and then 1, 1, and then that's 2, 1, 0. So okay. because it's got no way of being wider than 2. Okay, so then that should be 0, 0, which implies the top of the phone. Yeah, 1, 0. Okay. Now I'm not sure if I have to pass it the negative version of this, but anyway, the idea would be that now we pick up the item and we pass in clicked, which is the value that we calculated, and then it should. Annoyingly, it's still going to snap, which is like I guess the only way to make it not snap would be to not, because yeah, so I do need to kind of offset that so that it's actually half under, because what's happening now is when I pick something up, it snaps to the bottom, which we obviously have to click on the item, which is a bit weird because then you like sort of snap off of the item. And then your issue is that we're not like correctly calculating the offset when we place it back down. It's kind of funny. All right, but it kind of works. So we just need to effectively offset the little mini cube when we pick it up. Why are you so busted? When I pick it up by the top, you're correct, but when I pick it up by the bottom, you're a little bit scuffed. Is that just a thing that these do? It's just a thing that they do. What? So first off, scuffed. First of all, like it's a little weird. What's happening here is that when we pick it up, maybe it was correct because when we pick you up, you work. So how do I guess we should fix when we put it down? When I drop item, the offset, shape to offset is clicked minus the original offset, which I guess we're holding on to that, aren't we, somehow? Like when we remove it from the inventory, we shape. Yeah, last. So that shape, and then so we're going to say I guess, is it plus equals clicked? Because we were setting it equal to clicked, which means we kind of want to add the offset. Okay. Because we don't want to minus equal it. That'd be kind of dumb. But we may have to make it clicked minus. I'm going to pick you up. It does make me feel like actually you probably had the math correct, that maybe we should just be using the bounding box thing, because when I pick it up by the top, it teleports over there, because it's like basically moving by the wrong amount. At least it's getting placed in the right location. In that, like, it's placing where it appears to be, which means that you are working correctly. It's just that the offset needs to be, like, better calculated. The offset's being calculated wrong, which makes me think maybe I was correct. It felt like the wrong number, but actually, like, was the correct number, in that when you pick it up, it would teleport. It wouldn't have teleported. Okay. So I guess it would just be bounds by position. So again, we calculate effectively where it should offset to, because like the idea is that like when it's upright, it was fine, when it was upside down, it was constantly teleporting to the bottom and then teleporting away when you put it back down. And when it was left or right, it was teleporting like ages away. And so I think what it was doing is because we were clicking. Oh, and click you. Okay. And click you. Okay. And click you. Click you. Click you. Okay. So that doesn't quite work. I think we should be negative this value. When I click the bottom, it's right. But when I click the top, it goes like one further. Again, it is placing it in the right spot. As in, it's placing it where it looks like it's going to place it. You're definitely placing it like miles away. So I think, yeah, by that, like, it's pretty obviously like it should be negative, that value. Now, is it actually supposed to be negative? Well, I guess it makes sense because 0, 0 wouldn't make a difference because 0, 0 would still be 0, 0. Because negative 0 is still 0. Positive 1, if it's teleporting away, and like the middle of the object, the further away it's teleporting, like the further away I'm from the origin when I click it, makes me think that it is supposed to be negative. And again, it's rendering at the right location, which means that it doesn't really matter what I set the offset to. The phone is going back to where I picked up. It didn't like that because it got a negative number. Invalid, 0 indexed. That's interesting. Okay, well that's just, I mean, annoying, but like easily fixed. I think I just need to work out where I do the node rendery thing. Where do I do the node rendery thing? Yeah. First off, apparently. Okay, yeah, okay. So we don't want to add one because that means negative 1. So it's annoying. No. So we need to say like let offset equal I vec new, and it's like if shape dot offset dot. Well, no, we don't own the shape, do we? No. So I just want this to be shape dot offset, and then we make immutable, and go if offset dot x is greater than or equal to 0, offset dot x plus equals 1. Probably a better way of doing this, but anyway, if offset dot y is greater than or equal to 0, offset dot y plus equals 1. So I don't know why this one doesn't mind. Anyway. Then we don't add our +1 here. This is more of that. It's really fucking annoying that I do this in so many different places. So I'm thinking you probably want to just stick fucking item node here, rendering item. Because this tells you the inventory. And this tells you the item in the inventory. And we could just fucking do this in one place. That probably makes a lot more sense than having to fucking maintain like 4 different copies of it. Because that's what happened there, is when I picked it up and placed it down, the negative offset. Yeah. Okay. You're just called offset now. Also, not entirely sure why this one doesn't complain about never being used. So you're those items, you're those items. Right. There should be 4 of these because this is spawn new nodes, new items. This is new slots. Wait, this is update slots. Oh, that's even scarier. Which means that up here, yeah, spawn. Okay. And then you were like this, maybe? And then it's offset, offset. I don't know why they've done that. Why 0 index it and crash? But a negative index is still a valid thing. Like, that's such a weird way of deciding to go, oh, actually, like 1 indexed, but like 0 is invalid. It's like, yeah, we'll just let 0 be valid. That's right there. So, adding 1, when it became -1, it was crashing. Great. When the moon hit the sky, the bits of the morning. Okay. So when I pick you up, I put you down. When I pick you up, when I put you down. Ooh, you teleported up a little bit. You teleported up a little bit. So when I click the middle of you, when I click the bottom of you, that's the issue. Okay. It's a little annoying. Again, I'm starting to think that I need to like apply the rotation somehow. Maybe. Who knows? Because that's the thing. It's like it depends on like which side of it I click on. Because they're all snapping to the top. Effectively, you're just returning 0 no matter where I click on you, which is annoying. No matter where I click on you. It does make me think that I want to go back to like layout. Fine. And just make it negative. I guess the issue is adding it back, isn't it? It is very unclear. Okay, yeah, no, very, very unclear. Wait. This has got something to do with negative fucking numbers. Something. I'll pick you up. You're there. I'll pick you up. Pick you up. You're there. So when I pick you up, why am I holding the middle of you? Okay. So this is definitely wrong. The issue is that the torch will always return So it was layout. And then it was just like, let's make it not negative then. Maybe it's like when you pick it up, it's positive, and then you have to subtract it when you put it back down. I mean, that could be it. It kind of makes sense because when you offset it and you pick it up, you want to re-offset it when you put it down. And that's one thing is I'm adding, which means you'd have to make it negative. But it's like actually you want the value where you picked it up to be where you put it in the inventory, right? So now it's where I picked it up that it is. No, because you're teleporting really far away. If I pick up really far bottom corner, and you're the one that's upright, what about the one that's upside down? No. So I need to go back to not clicking. I need you to tell me just like where it would be. So from what I understand, this is 0, 0. So by using the layout, I do feel like I need to offset the center of the box a little bit, but I don't remember how to do that. Maybe minus 50%. All right, so when I click here, that is 0, 1. Now, when it actually picks that up, it's going to put 0, 0 on the phone, and it's pointing presumably 270 degrees, which means that we want the opposite of that. Right? Because if I put you at... No, if I put you at 0, 1, that's actually correct. Because if I put you at 0, 1 with the layout of the thing, that being positive, positive, if I put this at 0, 1, this is... No, wait. 0, 1's wrong. Because it's 1 down in the Y, but it should be 2, 1, 0. Because that would be here. Positive 1 and on the same level. So if I go back to, so it's not inverted, it's bounds.size. Because bounds.size corrects for the rotation. Now it might be negative bounds.size. Because if he's 270, no, well, because negative bounds.size is going to give you the same fucking value. Yeah, because size is size is size is size. Okay, so you that this should be 1, 1. So the answer is that doesn't work. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so this one's upside down. So you being upside down actually is correct. Because being up 1 in the Y would put you here, which means that you would actually be in the right spot when I click here. Well, you're upside down. That's correct. I think that's also correct. If I clicked here. Wait a second. No, we need to like subtract outside. So this should be correct because I'm clicking 0, 0. It means that placing you 2 down. But when I click here, I actually want to place you 2 up. What if I just didn't add the 0.5? Like if I just don't do that, then that doesn't correct for that. clicking here, being down 0.5 is good. Clicking here, is that this is 0? Wait, which one's 0? I think this is 0. Yeah, the point being that if I clicked here, no, 20, which yeah means that I think a better normal one. The normal one would be, so this is 0, 0, I believe. Well, that seems correct then. Okay. I don't. Plus 0.5. It's not entirely sure why this logic has thrown me. Alright. So 2 in the X, that makes sense, because when I click here, I want the actual 0, which would be that bit, to be 2 to the right. So yes, correct. Yes. Yes. But why? First off, why is it not? Okay. So why that logic, an upside down torch should work. No, I feel like it has to be negative. Yeah, so you don't work because when I click the top of the phone, which is 0, 0, it teleports to the bottom of the phone. Wait, why is the bottom of the phone there? It makes me wonder if the math is wrong. So when I click here, what did I get? So I think it's supposed to be negative there. So yeah, we got 1 in the X when we should have got negative 1 in the X. Negative. I don't think it can be balanced. Balance doesn't make sense in my head. Because it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. It's more like we need to consider what orientation we're in. Apparently I can't put it down. Something's multiplying, I think, incorrectly. How did your offset end up so horrendously bad? When I picked it up, what did it become? I picked it up. I said the clicked. Apparently one. Oh, this is no this. Well, that would probably explain why it's not doing what I was thinking it was doing. Ba-dum. Alright, so I click you and put you back down. Right, so if I click the top of you, it picks you up properly. When I click the bottom of you, it doesn't. Right. I probably need to not spam so much shit in the console. What is it doing? After processing, need to spawn. I want to pick you up. What did you say? You said that this is -3. But then why did you spawn at 0, 0? Like, you're quite clearly at 0, 0. You still ended up at 0, 0. I feel like something's going wrong when I insert you. Why do you end up at 0, 0? Unless something else is going on, it's actually like something's changing size. That'd be kind of funny. Because you'll notice that the grid thing's moving. If I pick it up by the front, like the actual inventory is in the center. If I pick it from the top, if I pick it up from the bottom, I can't actually see it. Kind of part of the problem. What about you? So you're underneath the bottom, but you're still underneath the bottom, even when I pick it by the top. See, and now it's like below it because we're like in like the middle. It's weird. Like, pick it by the top, you work. Pick it by the bottom. So I think something's wrong with the size of the parent, maybe. So it's all well and good as long as the thing that we pick up is. That's why? Why? I actually think that might be correct in as much as like it's in the right spot. It's that so you're so maybe I need to it's like the size of the cursor is growing to compensate for the position of the grid. Move. When do I do that? It was like in here somewhere. You. So we set the grid track to the right size, but we don't actually set, I think, the size of the. No, we do set your width and height. I'm wondering if I don't set the width and height at all, does it? Because I'm wondering if that's what's happening. Is that like because it's growing to fit the contents, it's like moving the child inside of it. That doesn't seem to matter where I pick it up. It's in. Oh, fucking get it. Okay. After processing existing items, need to spawn. Where the fuck is after processing it? Okay. Can you shut up? You're just like spamming my console, making it really, really hard to read anything. Okay. Okay, so I think at least now, it's gonna always keep the. No, it's still fucking gone. I don't know where the thing's going. The torch is probably the best thing to pick up because it's. I don't know why the torch is now going behind. That's a bit weird. Alright, so it's behind the front. It's still behind the front. And it's still behind the front. So that means it's doing the math wrong, I guess. The torch has to not use the bounds because the torch just results in always getting the 0. So it has to be layout. Because otherwise things like the torch just don't work because they just always return 0 no matter where you click on them. At least doing this way will tell us where on the torch we clicked. Right. So the issue with this is it's effectively always putting the torch. I don't get that one. That's even more bizarre. Yeah, it's doing the same bullshit where the parents changing size. Yeah, I think it's probably because I'm setting it to auto. And that if I set it to, say, like 1 pixel or something, it might work just purely off the fact that like it won't try and change the size of the parent. Spawn, new item, new items, but it's you. This is updating internet. I don't actually care. So you. I want to say that node dot width equals about pixel 1 and that node height's the same. That would theoretically mean that like even when you add something to the inventory, it doesn't make the inventory bigger or smaller, which shouldn't mean that it doesn't keep moving where it is. Because I think that's part of what's happening is when I pick it up, if the item has a negative value, it pushes the whole shape down because it makes the top left corner include the negative. See, like yeah, like how that somehow picking this up is putting it like underneath. It's so dumb. It could be a layout issue. Also, it seems to have pushed you all the way over there. Okay, so that just breaks other things.
Because might be able to do some drawings on the way. It's going to keep me as a casual one. It's going
No.
Hoeveel spellen kun je erin doen?
So you would definitely be going the wrong way. I guess that's what's happening there. Because when I pick up you from the bottom, you end up with it like the thing goes down and you go up. It implies that that's definitely just the wrong way. So I think it's just the layout. And then it might just be a corrective thing where because the bottle changes the size of the thing, if the bottle pokes at the top, then it fucking pushes everything down. I think the solution for that would be to actually look at the computed size when we follow the mouse and not move it to 0, 0, but instead so when we pick up like the bottle from the top, it puts it at the top of the bottle. If we get the bottle from the bottom, the bottle still went down. Doesn't make any sense. Well, actually it does. So if the cursor's still at there, so when I click you, I'd want to put that bottle at -3. And what did it say? Put it at 3. So I think that actually might be correct. It's just like, why is the upside down bottle not work properly? Can I pick you up and put you over here, please? When I pick you up from the bottom, you work. Wait, when it's upside down, it just works. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Actually, again, I think what's happening here is actually that it's got to be that like something stays at the right spot. Maybe it needs to be the opposite of the rotation. Also, how did I manage to click above you? What number what are you getting that's causing you to break like that? 0, 1 on the Y. How did you even get 1 on the Y? Honestly starting to feel like I'm going crazy. You've got 0 degrees rotation. So if I click this corner, it's in the right spot. If I click this corner, it's definitely the opposite of what it needs to be. Same with you. All right. That is 100% the opposite of what it needs. But the issue with that is that that is also the equivalent of negative. What if it's not negative, that's negative? Yeah, I don't think that makes a difference. What it could be is because size is the other way. Like, because when I use the bound size, it's positive even when the bounds are negative. So what if what we're supposed to do is multiply the bounds? Maybe. it would explain why why this one works with layout, which is just saying bounds. The others don't. Oh, I gotta like save it so I actually read fucking files. Right, because like layout.size is exactly the same as bounds. But then the others don't work. Any other rotation but 0 doesn't work, which means that it probably is bounds that it's supposed to be. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's just that we need to know that it's negative when it's upside down and positive when it's the right way up. So you're 270 degrees. Okay, you're 90 degrees, you're 90 degrees. Do we have something that's not rotated? You. So now you, ironically, you just don't work. I actually don't yet. Wait. Wait, so you are correct, you're just in the wrong location in there. Wait, so it's possible that the fucking negative number thing's getting me where... Because this won't let me place it here, won't let me place it here, but will let me place it here, which means that that's actually just in the wrong spot graphically. You pick it up from there, it works. Go from here, you can place it. It's actually just a rendering issue. Because if I pick it up from here, so I'm actually like, when I'm picking it up, it's correct. What about you? Like if I pick you up from here, okay, you just definitely go to the wrong spot. It's so, I don't know what I'm doing, I guess. I think this is correct in terms of like when, so, which would imply that it's actually bounds correct. It's something about when it goes into the inventory that it's rendering wrong. And that's probably because the shape of it when it goes into the inventory is just wrong, maybe. What am I doing? So I think that it has to be bound. Was it? The issue with the bounds rotation... I think it's got to be something about when it's being rendered. When we pick up the item, we give it this offset, and we give it this item. When we put it into, not here, it's the cursor. When the cursor holds the item, it gets the origin, and it triggers insert item. But it sets the offset equal to the offset. It does keep the original. So I guess we run the code. When I pick up an item, where does it say that this is? Because it's just like in a wonky position for some reason. Not you. You. Where the hell is it? So we have item 100. Its layout is 3 by 1. And it's a 270-degree rotation, which apparently it is. I don't think that's 270 degrees. Maybe it is. It has no sub-inventory. There's an offset of -2, 0. Wait, what? Then why are you here? That doesn't make sense. That your offset in this inventory, as in what is being rendered right now, is -2, which makes sense where the head of the torch is, and 1. What are you? Okay. -2, 1. You're just. Wait, is it the fucking grids being like? That's possible, actually. When I stick you in, when I spawn you, my confusion, but it makes sense because of where the actual torch is being held, right? Which is by the tip. It's actually the grid that's in the wrong spot. Like if we track down the grid cell, parent, where is it? Like cursor, your UA transform. So this is the actual thing. Your node. Where are you being fucking positioned? I think like what we can conclude is like computed node. Make it bigger. Size is 45. Stack index. So content size is 0. Scroll bars, unrounded size, padding, inverse scaling factor. Why if I set like node and absolute. Well, I can't put you down now. I actually don't know where it is the issue. If I set you to absolute, like you just disappear is the issue if I set you to absolute. You just ignore the parent, like where the fuck are you? Like UI global transform. You're still there, you just don't have a size. So it appears that potentially you're not allowed to put two things in the same location. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. So first off, node. Let's make you visible again. So relative. Your UI transform, global UI transform. When I come over here, okay. When I pick you up, do you move? The answer is apparently no. But you do. But is it because its parent moves? Yes. Because you end up. There's no way you're supposed to be at -1. When I pick you up, what's annoying me is that like it's so. It moved the whole thing over, which implies that you are actually getting placed at like the -1. But its y is 0. So why are you moving it like that? Did I fuck up the math? Alright, if we print out new items, can we print out info new offset. Is offset. Right. I need to know what the fuck it's doing when I pick it up. Oh. Go like that. When I pick it up, where's it putting it? Because like it feels like it's putting it at -1 on the X. Wait a second. Actually, that could be what's going on. Because I keep going on -2 makes sense, but annoyingly, I don't know if that torch spawned again. God damn it. Alright, where did you place this thing? New offset's -2, 1. And what do you, in here, think that it should be placed at? -2, 1. Which is correct. And now you should be like -1, 1. This doesn't feel like it's actually in the right spot. I don't get what's going on. That actually works. That's where it's supposed to be. That's where it's supposed to be. Okay. Something tells me I'm not supposed to really be using negative numbers like this. Right, when I click here, yeah, you should be at offset 0, 0, which is what it's doing. And what about you? When I click you, you're also at 0, 0, but you're not actually at 0, 0. So why did you get placed at the wrong offset? Where did you get placed? New offset 1, 1. Which is not where it is. I do not understand. I guess the way to work out, like, it's the cursor changing size, obviously. Like, it has to be. Nothing else it could fucking be. So we go, like, background color and go, don't be transparent. Apparently I don't have a cursor anymore. Oh, it's behind you. Okay. Oh, fuck you then. Okay. So you're pointing the right direction in as much as it is not offsetting correctly, which is bizarre. Why are you not offsetting correctly? So you take this offset. Like, this is correct. As in, when I pick it up from this end, except it's going in the wrong direction. I pick it from this end, that's also wrong because it should be out to 2. And then when I pick it up from the middle, okay, when I pick it up from the top, apparently you go down 4, which I guess is correct because then we rotate you into position. Is that what your fucking problem is? Is that, like, effectively the you end up being the shape of the original object. That's so weird. Right, we're in 1. Okay, it still doesn't work. 0, 0. Hmm. Well, for one thing, it should be -3, but it's not that annoying. Hmm. I think the interesting thing is that, like, even if I don't offset it, I think that's always just going to be what's happening. Like, if I disable all of my logic to calculate like where to offset it to, I'm fairly sure if we just Ibec 0. So now we're just never going to offset them. We're just going to teleport to the 1-1 position. And I think the issue with that is it's going to do the same thing. Whereas whenever I pick anything up, like anything that's sideways, actually that's probably what the problem is. Right, that's all going to work. Oh, we haven't reset the color. That's not going to be helpful. The fuck did my inventory? So fucking cursor slot, background color, make it not opaque, make it red so it's ready to spot. Right, I'll pick you up. So you can see it expands down, but if we pick something up that's like upside down, it's still expanding down, which I think is what part of the problem is that we click the top of the bottle. So we actually do need to consider whether it's upside down. Okay, so when we pick up a normal bottle, and then we pick up the bottom. Right, so I guess what we can start with is doing specific checks. All right, so clicked, and we're going to say match self dot partner match something shape size dot orientation. All right, so everything else is just going to Ivec to 0, right? And then we pass in clicked. So everything else, because I feel like it's going to be one of those, it has to be, it's specific to the orientation to whether you add or subtract or like, oh no, it's going to crash on 0. So we need to say size dot layout dot size dot layout. dot size. Dot as I vector 2 times by pos. Dot as I vec 2. Maybe. Oh, as vec 2, so times that. Right. So this should then mean that, like, as I pick up each bottle, it'll tell me if this is the correct thing to do for a thing that's not rotated. I think it needs to be negative because if you pick up the bottom of the bottle, it's going to be a 3, and then you want it -3. But anyway, so we have to find something that's not rotated. So we can pick you up and you work normally. We pick you up from the bottom. Okay, so it 100% needs to be negative. But it may not even be that it... Maybe, I don't know. But negative somewhat makes sense to me mentally. As the... if I pick up the opposite end, I want it to go the opposite way. So that is, if I pick up, did nothing spawn the right way up? Phone. Okay, so first off, the conclusion is that the phone is jank as all hell. Why did it become 1, 1? 1, -1? Are you rounding somehow? What the fuck? Oh no, because it adds 1. So that's 0, 0, and then you become -1. Why is it not in the right location then? So let's go with cursor slot, background color. That it doesn't make sense to me because you should be spawning at -1. And the other one is at 1, 1. So why are you expanding below it? Like these ones kind of make sense because like they're just like the sprites moved out of the way. But like you don't, because I picked you up, and which means you should actually render the sprite above it. You are very much in the wrong goddamn position. I don't understand why picking you up, you are now at -1. Right, like according to this. Wait a second. I picked it from the top. If I pick it from the bottom, you are at -1, so why is the fucking red still sticking out the bottom? You did get stuck at -1. Does it need to be fucking -2? I doubt that's going to help, but we can do that. Offset. We'll leave the Y alone. And also, yeah, for items, okay. Else offset dot Y plus equals, minus equals 1. Right. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Panics if startle span is 0. So do you go like here, and do like cursor slot, background color, make it visible, save, and thank you. When I pick you up, where the fuck did you go? Oh, behind, of course. Okay, that's very annoying. I think I can fix that though, because I think I can go specifically the cursor. Wherever that is. Cursor. When do I spawn the cursor? Somewhere in here. Try pick up. So somewhere in here is like a spawn. Visible? Okay. Be like global z index, and then be like 1. That should mean that I think, because I think the global z index is like so less than 0 will be drawn below nodes without. Okay, yeah. So that should ironically, I think it makes them be able. It might fight with the tooltip, but again, you shouldn't have the tooltip open when you're holding an item. I don't know, is that how this works? Yeah, you pick up an item, tooltip goes away. Yeah. So now that's always on top. Good. Right. So we have to go back to our cursor slot and our background color and go like chomp chomp like that, so it's visible, and go okay. I pick you up. I'm gonna pick you up. So at least now it's on top. Which makes sense. In that, like, it's at least expanding in the direction I thought it would be expanding. Does that mean that the torch works properly now? Not really. Well, we're also only doing Y. And also only that orientation. Well, move it 1 away from the center. I don't think that's going to work particularly well. We have to like find that other water bottle, test the water bottle. I doubt. I don't know why it'd be 1. Like, why would it be out by 1? And also being, well, because if it's 0, it's 0. It's just weird that, like, I noticed it with the torch that it was off by like 1 in terms of like you could never get to the end even if you clicked right on the end. So where's the like right way up? Okay, apparently there are no right way up water bottles. I really need to add the ability to fucking rotate items. Can you, for the love of God, like spawn me like maybe 50 items? The issue is it seems to be struggling to actually successfully spawn any amount of items. And it should be successfully spawning 30 items. I don't see 30 items. You print out the error? Yeah, it failed to spawn a lot of items. Just a lot of small items. Anyway, any of these water bottles are actually the right way up? Apparently the answer is yes. Alright. So got this and go, okay. Pick you up from the top. Right, we have to make your background fucking red again. Cursor slot, background color, red. Right. Pick you up, you work. Pick you up from the bottom. Right. So it's doesn't actually look quite right because of some kind of weird thing of, but that might just be that this sprite covers the whole thing. Okay, so that's interesting. What about you? You're up, you're 90 degrees. Even that's the right way up. Yeah, you. Alright, so if I pick you up from that corner, yep, That's correct. If we go from that corner, it's correct, but the cursor's in the wrong spot. Which I guess is fine. As you can see, like the actual thing ends up in the like the black square, like my what marks my cursor is actually where I am clicking. Which means I am actually picking these things up, like, and it's putting it in the corner that it wants to be in. It's just stupido. Where so like when I click there, it's actually like putting my cursor in the right spot. Which I'm still very confused about why it needs to be like +1, but you were correct. So I guess we test the next orientation. Which something tells me that it's going to be like size dot layout dot size dot as vec2 times pos dot as ivec2. So I think not negative. And then 90 degrees is probably going to be negative self dot size dot bounds dot size dot as I vector as vector times by position dot as I vec2, and then you're going to be the same thing as this but non-negative, would be my guess. The bounds just being a convenient way of rotating it. Because again, you run into the issue of technically I could use bounds for all of them because your bounds when not rotated is exactly the same. Going to be the same thing here where your bounds not rotated. It's because I think when you become 180 degrees, your values become negative, but you don't. That's not reflected in the bounds because it's like you're still too wide. Okay, so very first thing to do is just set my cursor to the right color. Honestly, imagine how much time I would have saved if I just like went in and modified it so that the cursor always spawned in the background color red. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, that one is no. So that could just be that the 180 and a 90 is the wrong way. Like if I pick up something that's says 270, 270, I need something that's 90, please. Are you correct? The answer is no. Actually, you are correct because I'm going to pick you up here, you pick you up here, I pick you up here, and pick you up here. Which means that you actually you are correct because where I'm picking you up is where you are red. What about you? Yeah, so you're wrong, which means we need to find something that's rotated 90 degrees. I think that's 90 degrees, please. Is this flashpoint 90 degrees? No, this is all. Why is it all 270 degrees? I want to use 90 degrees. When I pick up you, completely wrong. Completely wrong. Alright, so I think we just need to flip those two. They're going the wrong way, maybe. Okay. So size, orientation, layout. Okay. So same kind of bullshit where we need to go cursor slot, background color, red. Alright. I'm gonna pick you up. The answer is you're in the wrong spot. You're like in the middle. It's doing that thing where when I pick you up, so I pick you up and you're in the. I don't know if you're right. I feel like you're correct because wherever I pick you up, right? So it overlaps. That's the big issue, I guess, with this. So these are just definitely wrong. I'm gonna pick pick you up from here. No, pick from there. No. So the 270 is just wrong. So that makes me think that maybe don't tell me it's gonna be like one of those. Maybe it is just layout. Maybe my entire issue is that like 270 and 90 with it. Like some things need to be flipped. It's still not going to fix my problem because like where we've clicked. So let me correct for the offset. The annoying thing is again the way that the item is being positioned in our inventory is effectively ignoring. Like it's positioning so that 0, 0 of the parent node. Okay, gotta cursor slot, background color. Color is black. Okay. Claps. Right, so when I pick you up, you're upside down and you're going like, I feel like very much the wrong way. So when I pick you up from the bottom, pick you up, right, and then I can't even see the main inventory thing, so that worries me. But you are actually like in the right place when I pick you up. Like that is correct. When I pick you up from there, no, see you were wrong. Which you are the right way up. So when I pick you up from the bottom, well, that's interesting. My thinking is I need to force this to be like a fixed size, regardless of what its children are. Like you just need to be 10 pixels by 10 pixels. So annoying. So it's not about you being a fixed size because it's just you get. So you work. When it's upside down, it works. When it's the right way up, does it work? The answer is no. Is that because I'm clamping your size? So you work. No. You're in the right spot, but so it's purely just the offset. We need to correct. Right. When I pick you up, right. I'm picking them up by like the right spot. No, you're wrong. Why are you wrong? So when it's at 90 degrees, when I pick it up, so we need to, yeah, they need to be the other one, I think. Maybe. Maybe. So I think what's happening is that you work fine, but you need to be bounds. So I think they all need to be bound. I suspect maybe I need to subtract the bounds minimum or something like that is what's actually happening. That could be what's... possibly. Because... Right, because then again, what I would need to do is when we follow the mouse, when I pick you up, again, like, goddamn go in here and be like, cursor slot background color. Give me a background color that I can see, please. Right. It's when I pick you up. Yep. Yeah, like when I pick it up, it's putting the thing in the right location. That if I had, like, if this cube was where it was. So this one I think is upside down. Which is interesting. I've been better, to be honest. I'm getting really annoyed at this, and I don't know why I'm so hyper fixated on like fixing this like random like thing. Like when you pick up the item, I want the item to basically stay relative to where you picked it up. I'm going about it like in the stupidest way, because in theory I could also just like keep this offset and like pass it in as part of like the update code. Keeps track of like the inventory item. Yeah, it's doing my head in for no reason. I'm gonna pick you up, like depending on where I pick you up. So you're 100% working, and then the upside down ones I think 100% working too. Like, no, apparently not. How did I break the 180 degrees? Okay, when I pick up a bottle that's upside down, that's correct. That is just incorrect. So when I pick up this bottle, yes. That feels like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. This one, I think it's also doing the same thing. Except it feels like it probably shouldn't be getting taller. So like this one is, I'm picking you up from the top, and then here it's like I should be picking you up from the bottom. Anyway, you appear to actually be working, but like you're offset correctly, which is very strange. Okay, so I think those two are correct. I just need to adjust the, like, when I follow the mouse. We set this to the position. The annoying thing is we need to like get the cursor inventory. Which is like a cursor inventory. In inventory cursor, because of course I name everything the fucking same. And then we say let sum inv equal inv dot read inv dot last. I don't think I care about that. I just need the shape. Else we just return. Wow, no, I just return. Maybe we just do this then. So we have the shape there, I think, because the shape should have the offset. So then we can like theoretically go like, hey, if the shape's negative, I think. Well, let's look at the bounds of the shape, maybe. Wait a second, can I just like move the node's position? That might work. Not really, but maybe. There's anything like if we offset by we would need to set the position. Yeah, I don't think that would work. So we have the shape. We have the window, which means we can say like let pos equal I actually don't think there's any way of converting it. Val to like resolve. The issue with resolve is, and resolve turns it into a vector, right? And you would need to know the parent. Yeah, okay. So hmm. I'm very confused. Okay. So what we would want to do is take this shape. We need to know the style of the fucking cursor, which I guess we can get pretty easily because styles, which is the inventory styler, like that, and then we can say let style equal styles dot style, and then it's inv dot entity. So that should give us the style of the thing, which means that we can go we would then say shape dot offset, and it's like it's so let position. Well, I guess it's x equals pos dot x plus style dot cell size dot x divided by times by 0.5. Let y equals pos dot y plus style dot cell size dot y times by 0.5. I actually think it's minus because then that will move it up to the left, which would then make the 0, cell the center of where the mouse is, right? So let mute x, let mute y. Current translation equals this. Okay, and then it's just x and y. I want to make sure that this is what I think it's doing first, which is this should move the our inventory, like our cursor marker, like directly under the mouse, because we're offsetting the cursor position by half of a cell size. then in theory, we can go if x is negative, we subtract that much from it. So the answer is no. Apparently this didn't fucking... Why are you still... That is very confusing to me, honestly. Why is it still directly like under the cursor like that when I'm... Oh, because we don't have an item in the inventory. Right. So it's going to be like if let sum rather than doing the else clause. We're going to go, if you happen to have a shape, we're going to update the x and y. Because what it was doing is, because it wasn't equipping an item, it was never getting to the new code, and therefore it was not positioning itself correctly. I'm pretty sure we're going to go like if shape.offset x is negative. All right, see, now it's actually centered under our mouse. Then when we pick something up, it's doing weird stuff, but that's fine. So then we get to go if shape dot offset dot x is less than or is negative, then x plus equals shape dot offset dot x for absolute as f32 times by style dot cell size. Dot x. And then if shape dot offset dot y dot is negative, then y plus equals shape dot offset dot x dot x with y. Okay, maybe, I don't know. So this is if cell size offset dot x is negative. So basically, if it's in the negative, we want to add more to push it over, I guess. It might be subtract, I don't know. So the idea is, are there any items that are the right way up? When I pick you up, yep. When I pick you up, right, you went like completely the wrong way. You work like flawlessly, which makes me feel like you never go negative, and that's why you work flawlessly. What about you? You also seem to work flawlessly. Okay. Right, so is that you're supposed to not be negative, or that this code is backwards? I'm starting to think maybe it's just that you're not supposed to be negative. Like if we go back to where we pick up the item, if we just said layout like that, Hmm. So when I pick you up by the top, you work. When I pick you up by the bottom, you teleport the wrong way. Okay, wait, so that means that you probably were supposed to be negative, and I'm going to assume that you were also supposed to be negative, but it's when, which is why the other ones were working flawlessly, which is that you are supposed to subtract, which is why it's teleporting so far, maybe? Because negative makes sense. When you click on the bottom, you want it to be negative so that it ends up moving upwards. But then we need to correct and move the image down, I think. So click the top works, click the bottom works, click the middle works, bottom works. Okay. We test you and we go, okay, so you fucking work. All right. And again, like, oh. So you don't work. The torch works. So you work, you work. So this is 180 degrees apparently. Oh, yeah, of course. So 0 and 180 work flawlessly on both. Now 270 degrees is I think mirrored, which means that if you're 90 degrees and you're also mirrored, then we probably just need to flip the signs and say that it's actually negative 90 and 280 is just itself. That, or that they're both broken and it's actually supposed to just be layout the entire time. That's also a possibility. My only thing of like why you'd always want to use layout is because we actually are telling it where we clicked on the shape. Yeah, okay. Which is what's kind of, I think, breaking things. But yeah, okay. So just use layout. My concern is that this is going to end up with some kind of like weird, like it needs to actually be like the inverse of the position or something. So like, okay, so the 90 degrees, so this is still working. The 90 degrees are ending up weird. So you're correct. You're correct. If I click in the middle, yeah, it's because I think it's just general snapping. So 180, I don't understand why 90 are. 90 is like snapping to the wrong end. Yeah, 90 is like 90 degrees out, which is what's interesting to me. So I think maybe we need to flip. So you instead of doing this, I guess, well, you do this. But then like, so you calculate that. There might be a function for doing this, but I don't know what it is. P dot well, no, it's 5x to p dot y p dot x. Right. So, and then we're going to do exactly the same thing here, except I want to say it's like you do like the negative of that, and then flip that. I just feel like the 90 degrees have to be like a mirror of each other. The other option is that you're supposed to subtract the minimum. So you work, you work, you work. And we need something that's sideways. Okay, so you're 180 degrees out. I pick up the top, you get the bottom, pick up the bottom, you get the top, which means if we find one pointing the other way, and it's also click the top, get the bottom, click the bottom, get the top. All right, which means that it's that you are supposed to be the positive one and that you are supposed to be the negative one. Okay. Okay. Okay, this might actually work pretty well. And then the only thing you'd really need to do to stop the snapping of like items like teleporty snapping, that's annoying. They're definitely 100% still grabbing the wrong end. So if we go to the bottom, you got the top, go to the top, go to the bottom. Ah. Hmm. So you're at 0, okay. Sorry. So, I guess when you turn it 180 degrees, 0, 0 still says 0, 0. Okay. Maybe you need to flip the sign. So the Y is correct. The X is the one that's okay. So you're at 90 degrees. We grab your 0, 0, and you end up. So when you do this, you end up with somewhere you're supposed to tell me that you're. When I picked this up, you should have said that you were. Well, you said 1, 1. No offset is 1, 1. Is incorrect. Hmm. So which is 0, 0. I'm wondering if it's supposed to be min. And then that one would be max. So it makes me think like it's supposed to be like calculate the bounding box. Right, I want to flip you, which means that you become you. No, let's leave you at positive, you at positive. So we need to find something that's 90 degrees. When we pick it up at 0, 0, it flips the other way. Right, so something that's at 90 degrees. You. Nope, you're at 270. Something that's at 90 degrees. Nope, 270. Something that's at 90 degrees. I think this one's at 90 degrees. Yeah. So if I pick you up at 0, 0, what position do you need to go to? That was 0, 0, which means you need to become like -3. Maybe. Or what did you become? So you're going, well, honestly, way too far is what's happening there. You're becoming positive 3. So you need to be, whatever comes out of there, when I pick you up, which is your y, whatever's going into your x needs to be negative. And I wonder if your y is just supposed to be the same. You're going to pick up the top, which is 0, 0. You're still going to stay at 0, 0. No, see, you need to, like... Actually, I don't know. The issue is that when you pick it up, it's 270 degrees, 270, that one. I pick it from the top, you snap to the bottom. I pick it from the bottom, snap to the bottom. What are you saying its offset is? New offset, 4. Ah, no. Sorry, your x offset is supposed to be negative, which I think this one's supposed to stay positive then. I mean, if I pick up, like, this torch. No. Which it means that it has to be layout minus this. Right, like... Which... Something. I think it's got to be like the bounding box minimum minus the bounding box maximum or something. So you're still flipping. Okay, you were. So if I pick up, it's got something to do with one of them being equal to 0. I'm almost certain of it. Need 1, 20. All right, you're not yours. So picking up from the bottom, it literally flips it. So we would need let size equal size dot layout dot size. Right. And then we say size as vec2 type. So that gives us our position. Okay. So we're saying it literally flips it in that when I click 0, 0 on you, I need it to give me negative something, I think. Maybe. When I click 0, 0, that's negative. So it needs to be, I click 0, 0. When I click 0, 0, I need it to be when it's 0, 0, it needs to be negative size dot y. As okay. Dot as ivec vector. Right, so that's correct. So it's like negative. So it's negative size dot y minus p dot y, and then that would this one be negative size dot x minus p dot x. I feel like it's the bounding box could do it though. I also feel like I'm doing that again where I'm hard coding something in. Like I feel like we'd want to say you're still backwards. That's because you're 270. You. No, I bet it was. I reckon it's going to size.layout. What's that? Right. I reckon we're going to say bounds equals size.bounds. Right. Then we get the layout. And I reckon we're going to say bounds dot min dot x plus minus p dot x, and then I think it's going to be the same thing here. We're going to say bounds dot min dot y minus p dot y. Come on. Because bounds dot min dot x, and I think the reason that like this works is because it's effectively 0 minus, like this one is 0 minus this, hence just minusing it works, and then this one would be max minus this, which is the same as resulting like multiplying. Anyway, you're at 90 degrees. Okay, so first off, I have no idea how it's getting so far away. How are you getting a number so fucking massive? Oh, because the fucking bounds takes in your current offset. Damn it. Plus. Can we do shape dot bounds? Size dot layout. Yeah. Okay. Do the layout bounds because they don't have the transform from. No, it's going to have the same issue that we have to then have to multiply by size dot orientation. Because otherwise you end up with it like you didn't actually rotate it. So rotating by 90 degrees would then and then so this is going to, as we rotate 90 degrees, give us a negative. I don't know. Maybe it's giving us positive. Okay. So you're very much incorrect. Maybe it's plus this. Why can I never do this fucking math in my head? I wonder if it could be bounds.size. Because that would correct for the of rotation. And then that. Alright. Honestly, I think this might just be my last attempt, and then I'm just gonna call it for the stream. So, so the issue with this is it's supposed to be negative fucking something. It needs to be -3. But it's not getting -3. Okay, can we, like, just one last thing. Info. What can we, like, debug it actually? Debug bounds and debug P. I need to work out what combination of these things will result in x -3. So when I pick up this, wait, why is the bounds max 3? Why is it maximum 3? Okay. Bounds negative maximum. I want to do this down here as well. So you're 90 degrees. Okay. So I think it's bounds with size because that's why it's when it's at 0 it works now, but then when it's over here it teleports away. Okay, and then you would probably be you either need to be plus. Okay, did we get it? Is it? So it's we need the bounds without the offset, which. Okay. What do we think? The fucking water. One of these has got to be 90 degrees somewhere. Yeah. The answer is apparently no. But it's out by the same amount, which confuses me. When I pick you up, this one, I pick up the 0, 0. How do I turn those numbers? Yeah, into -3. Makes me go, it's got to be size layout, because because we're using the position on the screen, like there's no, like if it's been rotated, like it also uses the rotated position, so it has to be layout, and then it's just maximum. Your negative maximum or your positive maximum.
I'm going to have to get up with you in the morning because I've got to leave at 8.
So this bottle is, again, just backwards. But maybe that's because these are supposed to be flipped. Right. So you're correct when you're at 0, 0. So you should probably be plussing the y and minusing and plussing the x. It might be minusing. One of them definitely needs to be subtracting. Anyway. Well, actually, one of them needs to be subtracting.
Oh.
Okay. So you're not 90 degrees. You look at the 90-degree one and go, okay, 90-degree one. Pick you up, put you down. Pick you up, put you down. So that one ended up, that one should have just equaled negative the last one. What did that give us? So that gives us 1 in the y, which should just be, so your plus y, because it was -3 plus 1, which means that you're probably plus the x. Which makes me wonder if you're actually supposed to be minus, because to the other side, which means that again makes them mirrors of each other, where you're the negative the maximum. Plus the amount of y, and you're negative the maximum plus the amount of z, because we just flip that because this. And then you're the opposite, where you're the maximum subtract that. Maximum subtract that. So yeah, you're at 90 degrees. Okay, you're correct. 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 Okay. And then you're okay. So when I pick up at 0, 0, you're going the wrong way. So what were you when I picked you up? So yeah, when I pick you up from here, you need to be -3, which I guess is just min. So it's that again makes me wonder if it's plus. Because then if we pick you up one further down, it'd be the min. Or maybe it's just plus. They're both plus, but you're negative maximum and you're just the minimum. Math. Brain not working. All right. So You're way too far in the other direction.
James Timmins.
So does that mean you make you negative minimum? You still work. You still work. I need something else that's pointing 90 degrees just to test that. Okay, the 90 degrees is backwards somewhere. It's supposed to be the y is the other way. Potentially. Potentially. I don't know if it's supposed to be the maximum of the y or whether I'm supposed to be adding the y. Actually, we just go to u. No, it's too much effort to try and work it out. It's going like, it's probably got something to do with which ones get flipped. Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream. This is gonna take ages and I'll just do it tomorrow. At the end of the stream, there's no point fucking around. I effectively just need to work out like what combination, like I was doing here, where it's like, oh, it needs to be at this position, and I have these two numbers, and then work out which combination gives me the right thing. Anyway, thank you all for tuning into the stream, and I will see you next time.